Chapter 1 The Sound. Wei Jiubao was wandering through the wilderness. She was small, with short arms and legs, wearing a pink dress. Her mother was nowhere to be found. She was all alone. The little leather shoes on her feet had fallen off. The moon hung high in the sky, partially obscured by clouds, casting an eerie glow over everything around her. Everything looked suspicious under the night. Shadow monsters lurking among the trees and stones, ready to pounce on her at any moment. Footsteps echoed from somewhere behind her. Was someone coming to grab her? The sound grew closer with each passing second. Closer still, until it seemed as if they were standing right behind her head. No matter how fast she ran, those footsteps followed relentlessly. She wanted to turn around but lacked the courage, so she kept running blindly through the darkness. When there was no way forward, she abruptly stopped and stood rooted in place. A stone kicked by her foot tumbled off a cliff. The wind dripped fiercely against her face and body, threatening to blow her away entirely. Waves crashed violently against the rocky shore, splashing water onto her short hair. Behind her, something breathed softly over her hair, its warm breath sliding across her cold skin, making every hair on her body stand up. Turn around, she silently commanded herself, but her trembling frame remained frozen in place. Turn around and face it, she roared inwardly. But what if that's a terrifying monster? She saw the fear etched onto her own face. If not now, then surely later she would be eaten without even knowing why. She shouted aloud as she suddenly sat up in bed. The room was silent. The desk lamp still glowed brightly beside open books and test papers. Her sister, who had been awakened by her scream, turned over with a curse. Are you trying to die? With each movement of the bunk bed, it creaked loudly. A work uniform hanging on the wall fell onto the floor. Wo Duo was in 9th grade. Her older half-sister, 7 years her senior and already working, had been jolted awake. She picked up the fallen clothes for her sister and hung them back up, turning to see light seeping through a crack under the door. Living room lights were still on. Just as she intended to go out to persuade their mother to sleep early instead of waiting by the door, footsteps echoed from the stairwell accompanied by Lei Jiubao was in 9th grade, while her older half-sister, who was 7 or 8 years younger than their father's first wife, had already started working. Jiubao picked up the clothes and hung them back on the hook. She turned around to see light spilling through the crack under the door. The living room lights were still on. Just as she was about to persuade her mother to get some sleep instead of waiting by the door, she heard muffled footsteps coming down the stairs accompanied by indistinct shouting. Soon after, the front door opened and her mother's voice drifted in through the crack. Why did you drink so much again? Tang, sit here. Where are you hurt? The conversation was cut short with a deafening crash. Jiubao rushed out to see her mother bleeding from her face, having smashed the glass coffee table and fallen to the ground, covering her face. That man, drunk as he was, cursed loudly while kicking at his wife who lay on the floor. I work hard outside all day long. I have no time for you or anything else. What's wrong with me drinking a little? Do you think it's worth making such a fuss over it? His feet landed heavily on her waist and abdomen, each cheek sending dull thoughts that felt like they were hitting Jiubao in the chest. In his wife's pain cries, he spat out angrily scream. Pretend to be pitiful, is that all you're good at? Call the neighbors over for a show. Have them come here and scold me while you pretend to be weak and virtuous. Isn't that what you do best? Her mother let go of her hand as she tried to shield herself, looking dazed with an unfocused gaze. Jiubao rushed forward to pull the drunk man back before he could kick his wife's head again. Stop hitting her. Are you trying to kill her? Now you're telling me what to do. The man was furious and slapped Jiubao across the face, sending her sprawling on the ground. He grabbed a handful of hair and pulled her up by it. Did she teach you how to talk back like that? I feed you and clothe you, let you go to school. The slap left Jiubao's head spinning with pain in her scalp. She struggled to grab his wrist and tried to free herself from his grip. Her mother had come out of her daze by now and rushed forward on all fours, hugging the man's legs. Stop hitting her. Please stop. We're sorry. You won't hurt her. Tomorrow is when she has exams. The more she pleaded, the angrier he got. The slap sent Lei Jiubao reeling, her head spinning and scalp burning with pain. She clutched at his wrist, trying to free herself from his grasp. Li's mother had already come to her senses and rushed over, kneeling beside the man, hugging his leg. Please stop hitting her. Please don't hit her anymore. We were wrong. You won't hurt her eyes. Tomorrow is exam day. Her words only infuriated him further. He grabbed Li Jiubao by the hair, forcing her to look up at him with bloodshot eyes and slurred speech. It's because of reading too much that you have this gaze. If you dare give me that look again, you'll rip your eyeballs out. He pressed his fingers against her eye. The sudden pain made Li Jiubao struggle desperately, screaming and clawing at the man with all her might. But no matter how hard she fought, he remained unshakable like a god. His eyes were red with fury, and his face was twisted in madness, not quite human anymore. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was her mother wrestling with the crazed man. When Li Jiubao woke up, it took her some time to gather herself. The room had quieted and down. An medicinal smell lingered on her forehead wound. Glass shards and blood covered the living room in disarray. Had he died? Did Meng kill him? She felt dizzy as she sat up but managed to make her way towards their bedroom step by step, each movement causing waves of dizziness. Maybe she was afraid rather. A sense of relief washed over her. He finally died. But when she reached the door, she saw that man sleeping soundly. Her mother was using warm water from a basin to wipe his body clean. Blood still streaked across Li Jiubao's mother's face as she meticulously cleaned away the dirt on the man's hands. She turned and looked at her daughter upon hearing footsteps, but quickly diverted her gaze. Li Jiubao slowly made her way back into the living room, standing there in a daze. Not long after, her mother came out quietly. Go to sleep. You have exams tomorrow. You'll clean up here early morning so as not to wake your father. Was that all? She looked at the woman before her. Li Jiubao's mother was in her 40s, with most of her hair already gray from years of hardship and poor health, making her look much older than she actually was. Strangers might mistake them for a mother minus some peer rather than husband and wife. Not long after, and Li came out and whispered softly, "Go to sleep now. You have an exam tomorrow. You'll clean up here in the morning before your father wakes up. Is that it?" She looked at the woman in front of her. Aunt Li was in her 40s, with most of her hair already gray from years of hardship and poor health. She appeared much thinner and older than women her age, making people think she was his mother rather than his wife. "Go on," Aunt Li urged her gently. Li Jiubao looked at the woman before her and felt as if everything around her was real. "We should live together, Mom." Her voice trembled involuntarily. Every day, when she returned home and stepped over the threshold, she wondered whether tomorrow someone would carry her out of that door with a beaten face, maybe by his fists on good days or a knife on bad ones. The police would seal off the area while neighbors gossiped to curious passers-by about this family's misfortunes. Even when their words were filled with sympathy and pity, she felt ashamed. Ashamed that he was her father, ashamed of being his victim. Why should they continue living like this? "Where will we go?" Aunt Li asked. "How will you pay for your tuition?" "There must be a way." "What kind of way?" Aunt Li looked defeated. "Money doesn't fall from the sky. My health is poor. I can't find work." "We could kick him out," she said. Aunt Li shook her head. "Who's going to beat him? We might lock ourselves in, but we can't stay inside forever." Li Jiubao looked at her mother and wondered why there couldn't be a way, when they weren't living in some dark abyss. She almost shouted, "You should divorce him. You've taken care of your grandparents until their deaths after decades of marriage, while he beat you to illness." "All right?" Aunt Li seemed on the verge of tears but held them back tightly. "You're educated, you know better. The law isn't that simple. Even if a judge rules in our favor and orders him to pay, will he? What can we do when he doesn't?" Li Jiubao stared at her mother, feeling helpless yet angry. The court isn't his family's business. Why would they bother collecting the money every month? From the moment Grandpa died until now, he has beaten you to a state of illness. He should be providing for your expenses and taking care of you for the rest of your life, she said. Mom seemed on the verge of tears but held back, her face out with resolve. "Read books, you know how it works. The law isn't always fair. Even if us ordered to pay alimony, will he? If he doesn't want to give us money, What can we do about it? It's not our court that makes the decisions. She pushed Li Duobao gently. Go to sleep now. What's the point of waking him up again later? We can talk about it another time. As she spoke, blood began streaming from her nose, fearing that she might choke on it. She lowered her head and watched as droplets fell onto her clothes, soon wetting a large patch like blooming flowers. How many another times, oh dear? Day after day drags by, always with the promise of tomorrow or later. Tomorrow never comes. Li Duobao felt angry even though he had helped his mother clean and dress her wounds before going back to their room. Even then, the anger lingered within him. He thought that what she said about divorcing after graduation was just an excuse. His mom wouldn't divorce. His sister worked for so long but never left home either. She used to say similar things. You'll leave once I have a job. But it seemed like everyone was cursed, unable to break free from this cycle of misery. When mom was young and healthy, she said, a child needs their father, so she stayed with him despite the beatings he inflicted on her. Later, when beaten down by life, she claimed that with my health in such a state, I can't live outside. Even if one day she had a job like his sister did, there would always be an excuse preventing her from leaving him behind. Bound and shackled with no escape. A lifetime of living under the shadow of that man who beats them until she's too weak to continue. But is it truly without any hope? How can someone say they've tried everything when they haven't even attempted a change? Li Duobao thought his mother was like an exhausted traveler standing in reeds, looking around and seeing only tall grass blocking her view. She dared not leave the abusive company of others nor venture on into the wild to seek another path. She feared that there might be mud out there. The man was no longer able to fight. Was it really true, as her mother said, that there were no other options? How could someone who had never tried say such things with certainty? Li Duobao felt that her mother was like a weary traveler standing in the reeds, looking around and seeing only tall grasses blocking any view of the way ahead. So she stayed with those whom mistreated her rather than venture alone into the wilderness to seek another path. She feared there might be swamps and wild beasts out there. So she convinced herself that serving a tiger was the best choice every day. Various excuses kept everyone in this household bound around this brute, preventing anyone from leaving or finding freedom. A lifetime spent in hell. When he had strength, he fed off their flesh like a monster. When weak, he became a burden they carried on their backs all their lives. Li Duobao stood before the bed and looked at this cramped room filled only with a bunk bed and a small desk. She had lived here for many years. The floor tiles covered in grime that couldn't be cleaned. Luggage and clutter piled up under the cement partition near the ceiling, where rodents made suspicious sounds. Could she really call this place home? Home was something everyone should have, yet why did it feel like she didn't? She stood quietly in the darkness, whispering to herself, did I do something wrong? Or did I ever make a mistake? The upper bunk sister showed no sign of movement. Perhaps she had fallen asleep. Li Duobao tried not to cry but couldn't help letting out soft sobs. Then she heard the sound of slippers on the floor, one step at a time. The person walking seemed calm and unhurried, as if nothing in the world was worth rushing for. With a creaking noise, a heavy lid opened up. After two crisp test notes, soothing piano music suddenly filled the air. The melody flowed like a stream into her heart, washing away the dark fog that had made it hard to breathe. This was his answer to her. She stood quietly in this narrow room, nostrils full of musty dampness and thick air heavy with years of stagnant human scent. But as she listened to the music, her racing heartbeat from a nightmare might meant gradually calmed down, breathing slowly returning to normal. From very young, she could hear sounds coming from elsewhere. Falling into her heart, it dispelled the thick fog that had left her breathless. This was her answer. She stood quietly in the narrow room. The air was damp and musty, heavy with years of stagnant human scent that made her nauseous. But as a sudden rush of fear from an unexpected event faded away amidst the music, her breathing steadied. From a young age, she could hear sounds from elsewhere. It was a boy around her own age whom she privately called D. He played piano beautifully. The first time his voice appeared, it carried a youthful innocence. She had been very small then too. As they grew older, her voice became softer while his retained its childlike quality but gradually deepened. They could hear each other's lives walking, dating, train whistles, wind, everything, but beyond their initial attempts to speak, no further communication occurred. Their languages were entirely different, making conversation impossible. Besides, talking to oneself often drew unwanted attention and trouble. So they grew accustomed to the presence of the other without speaking. As one piece ended, she heard their soft footsteps returning to bed. The mattress must have been very plush, sinking comfortably like feathers as he lay down. It seemed whoever slept there would soon drift into a sweet dream. She had never slept on such a luxurious bed herself. To do so surely brought immense happiness, no fear of being suddenly woken and beaten or encountering sudden misfortune. I don't want to live this way anymore. Sister, she whispered softly. No one answered in the room. Her sister was sleeping, perhaps deeply, maybe just pretending not to be involved. She didn't expect a reply. Standing there for a moment in darkness, she dressed herself, pulling on her school uniform from behind the door and stuffing books and papers into her bag along with the money jar hidden under the bed. As she left, Dee sat up above, turning his head towards her. Their eyes met for a long time. She thought he might say something or wake their parents to stop her. She turned away, no longer expecting a response. She stood in the darkness for a moment before putting on her clothes and slipping into the school uniform hanging behind the door. She stuffed books and test papers into her backpack and grabbed the pity bank hidden beneath the bed. When she stepped out of the room, someone from the top bunks sat up and turned to look at her. The two sisters locked eyes for a long moment. She thought perhaps her sister would say something or wake their parents to stop her. But in the darkness, the other just silently faced her direction before slowly lying back down again. She let out a sigh of relief but felt a pang of sadness too. She lowered her gaze and quietly shut the door behind her, passing through the living room as she did so. The sound of the lock clicked sharply, piercing the stillness of night. She thought someone in their parents' bedroom had heard it and would come to investigate. It seemed like she could hear her mother's footsteps, a cautious shuffle that was almost ghost-like, afraid of waking some unseen demon. But maybe she imagined it too tense for sure. Shadows on the corridor looked like figures watching from a distance. She whispered into the darkness. No answer came back to her. She glanced one last time at their living room shattered by moonlight before closing the door behind herself with another sharp click, sealing everything inside. Following the bright hallway forward, she felt as if walking through an unseen reed marsh. Though heavy and anxious, there was a strange excitement in her heart too. At the corner, she hesitated for a moment. The motion sensor lights went out silently ahead of her. The darkness beyond could hide any number of dangers, wild beasts or treacherous swamps, but behind her it was just as dark. Then a boy's voice, like that of a cello, echoed in her ear. Sometimes at night he would hum simple tunes. She didn't know the words, but there was something both melancholy and hopeful about them. She matched his melody with each step down the stairs toward the outside world without stopping again. The neighborhood streets were quiet past midnight. Her footsteps sounded particularly loud against the silence, echoing in the dark. The flickering streetlight added an eerie quality to everything around her. Even the side alleys seemed more mysterious and foreboding than usual. What had looked like ordinary daytime streets now appeared strange and unfamiliar. The melody sounded melancholy yet hopeful. She stepped out, following the rhythm of the music up the stairs without pausing. Chapter 2: Seeking Shelter. Midnight streets outside the neighborhood were silent. Her footsteps echoed sharply in the still night air. Flickering streetlight added an eerie touch to the distant landscape. The narrow alleys seemed even more mysterious and unpredictable. What appeared ordinary by day took on a haunting quality under moonlight, making her uneasy. Lady Duobei had a fruit knife in her pocket, nothing else. She carefully avoided the sleeping drunk lying on the roadside and paused at the crossroads, unsure where to go. After some hesitation, she decided to head towards Yangyi residential area. In this city, it was one of the most upscale neighborhoods, home to wealthy residents like Zhu Lili, her desk mate. Apart from Zhu Lili, they had no other friends. When explaining herself to the security guard at the gate, she felt a bit anxious. It was already 3 in the morning. Zhu Lili must be asleep. But facing his scrutiny, she remained firm. We're classmates. You can ask her if you don't believe me. The guard sized her up suspiciously. but seemed convinced by her appearance as a student. He nodded and said, "Wait here," then returned to the duty room for a phone call. It rang for ages before someone picked up. He asked through the window when Lei's name was mentioned over the phone. Lei Jiu Bao. The guard repeated it incorrectly, Li Xiu Bao. She worried if this would mean she'd be turned away. It was still hours until dawn, and the temperature had dropped significantly from daytime. She felt cold and sleepy. Even a stray cat seemed luckier than her, at least it knew where to curl up for warmth. She sat with determination, as in dawn. The guard glanced at her but didn't respond right away. He nodded several times into the phone before hanging up. Then he opened the electric gate, head straight ahead, and turned left at 11. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." She stepped inside. Each house in the neighborhood was unique, varying greatly in size and style. A few cars were parked along the roadside, but most were neatly lined up in designated spots. She gathered her courage. "Lin means Li." The security guard glanced at her but didn't respond, nodding into the phone a few times before hanging up and opening the electric gate. "Just go straight ahead until you reach the left gray sand side." She let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Stepping inside, she felt more relaxed as dogs that hadn't been asleep bounded over to her, wagging their tails without any weariness. The neighborhood was filled with detached houses in various styles, some large and others small. Cars were parked neatly within each property's yard, while a few were left by the roadside. At the end of the path on her left stood a charming two-banis and D-story house surrounded by black wrought iron fencing that gave it an artistic flair. The white exterior resembled a castle, complete with a spacious balcony on the third floor and well-lit with a wide swing hanging from tall flowering trees. Li Jiubao had seen such houses in magazines before. She knew Zhou Lili was wealthy but never imagined she lived in this kind of place. Standing at the iron gate, she hesitated briefly before pressing the doorbell. Zhou Liu's cheerful voice echoed through the intercom, "Hurry up and come inside." The door burst open, revealing a grand entrance where Zhou Lili stood silhouetted against the light, beckoning her. As she stepped across the lawn, still trying to figure out how to explain herself, Zhou Lili grabbed her hand and pulled her in. "You're freezing. Did you walk here?" The warmth enveloped her instantly as soon as she entered the room, melting away any stiffness on her face. The bright light from a large crystal chandelier illuminated the space, making her injuries all too visible. Zhou Lili didn't seem to notice anything unusual wearing fluffy pajamas. She bent down to fetch slippers for her guest but pulled back when Li Jiubao stepped away several paces and hid her left foot behind the other. There was a hole in that shoe. She had used black pen to cover it up, but it would be obvious if anyone got close enough. She hesitated as Zhou Lili handed over the slippers, which looked more like something she wore herself than for guests. If she didn't take off her socks, she worried about dirtying them on the new carpet, yet removing them would expose the black marks from where they had been patched up. There was a spot where the fabric had torn, and she used her black pen to cover up the exposed sock. From afar, it was noticeable, but up close, the flaw would be obvious. When changing into slippers, she hesitated for a moment. The pair of slippers seemed more like something Lili Zhu wore herself rather than for guests' long white fur that looked soft and expensive. If she kept her socks on, she feared the black marks might dirty the fur. But if she took them off, it would look odd. For a moment, she froze there, but eventually she slipped out of her socks. Lili Zhu was oblivious to this, holding her school bag. She spoke softly, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" The housekeeper is asleep, but there's still food in the kitchen. As she stepped closer, a gentle fragrance wafted from her. At school, Lu Jiubao often caught hints of Lili's sweet scent like an orange, warm and inviting. Unlike herself, who could carry a full bucket with ease. "Not hungry," she replied. "Sorry for waking you. If you have nowhere to go and don't come find me, you'll be upset." Though she said this, Lili Zhu still brought out some snacks. As they ascended the stairs together, the first door on their corridor opened, revealing a young man with bleary eyes. "What are you doing at this hour?" His gaze fell upon Lu Jiubao, first to her forehead one and then to her hand holding the torn sock. Her school uniform had been worn for 3 or 4 years. It was originally bought large, but now hung too small on her, with suspicious stains around the chest and cuffs that wouldn't come clean. The hem bore marks from a ballpoint pen. The bright light revealed everything without mercy. Lu Dubois Bay's shocks burned as she dared not meet his eyes, only seeing him vaguely tall in loose pajamas, hair tousled, one hand in his pocket. Her awkwardness could be eased by hanging medals all over her body, but this couldn't show on her face. My classmate, Lily Ju said simply. Lu Dubois tensed up completely, fearing she would have to explain her family situation directly to him, leading to today's mishap. This was like being flayed in public. She was in a tight spot, and the only way to ease her discomfort would be if she were covered head-menaced to with words. After all, good grades were her armor, but this couldn't show on her face. Classmate, Zhu Lily said. Li Dubois tensed up from head to toe, fearing that she'd have to explain the circumstances of her family right there and then. It was like being flayed alive in public. But soon after, Zhu Liu's voice rang out. My parents aren't home, so I asked her to stay with me. Li Dubois had never told Zhu Lili about what was happening at home. She hadn't even informed her this time around, but clearly Zhu Lili knew something and kept it quiet until now, using a gentle way to cover for her friend. Her nose tingled slightly. She should have greeted that young man properly to seem normal, but she couldn't bring herself to speak and just turned away. The other person didn't ask further, nodded, then went back into his room. Meet my brother, Zhu Lili said as they walked down the hallway toward her own room at the end of it. His name is Xu Diana An. The decor was lavish but simple and white, with a giant stuffed bear in one corner. Li Dubois saw some items she had given to Zhu Lili mixed among other gifts on the shelves. She went into the washroom while Zhu Lili called out through the door. The big bottle is shampoo, the small one is body wash, and the blue one's conditioner. Li Dubois carefully examined each bottle before returning them to their places, feeling self-conscious as she saw her reflection in the large mirror. Outside, Zhu Lili spoke fluently with someone on the phone, likely her parents by the sound of it. I'm awake and thought you'd be there already, came a soft voice through the door. Li Dubois didn't listen further. She undressed and fumbled for a while before finding the shower switch. The hot water cascaded down, scalding, but just right after so long without such comfort. Probably her parents. Occasionally there were a few local words tossed in when talking about time differences. I woke up and thought you must have arrived safely. Li Dubois didn't listen further. She undressed and fumbled around for quite some time before finding the switch to turn on the shower. Amid faint chatter from outside, scalding hot water poured down in a torrent, too hot perhaps, but she found it just right. She hadn't had such a luxurious bath in ages. The water heater at home either burned or was too cold, and there wasn't enough for everyone to use comfortably. For a proper wash, one needed to shell out $5 and head to the public baths outside the neighborhood. The huge indoor space of the baths bristled with shower heads like an endless forest. She wasn't yet as rugged as adults could be. Each time she went there, her self-pet felt chipped away. Her mother couldn't understand this either. Just being fussy, Li Mama summed it up. Li Dubois thought perhaps everyone just assumed that poor people shouldn't have too much shame. Down in the neighborhood, men often casually unbuckled their belts and tucked underwear without a second glance into their underwear, without a second glance before resuming what they were doing. People around them didn't seem to mind at all. Also frequently sat bare-chested on doorsteps enjoying the breeze. Too many people she had seen. Bodies were merely places of residence, things to maintain, but with no need for secrecy or modesty. She was still too young to have such an attitude and felt out of place because of it. But one day, she knew she would be just as comfortable. There was a lingering sense of reluctance. Zhu Lili had never been to those places. She hadn't experienced the feeling that Li Dubois did and wouldn't get the chance in the future either. After her bath, Li Dubois picked up Zhu Liu's nightgown. It felt soft and smelled faintly sweet. When she went out to change it on, Zhu Lili was already asleep. Li Dubois startled her when climbing into bed. Zhu Lili mumbled drowsily, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Sleep well." Then fell back into a deep sleep. Li Dubois bent down and looked at the person beside her. Zhu Lili had beautiful skin, smooth and flawless, without any pores visible. What a strange feeling. After washing up, Li Jiubao picked up the pajamas Zhu Lili had given her. They felt soft and smelled faintly of fragrance. When she was about to put them on and go out, Li Jiubao's getting into bed woke her up in a daze. She murmured, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Go back to sleep." Then she sank back into deep slumber. Lying down beside her, Li Jiubao gazed at the person before her. Zhu Lili was stunningly beautiful, with smooth skin that seemed flawless and poreless, like a porcelain all. If only I were Zhu Lili. For the first time, this thought crossed her mind. She didn't want to be the lowly, miserable Li Jiubao anymore. She wanted to live as naturally perfect as Zhu Lili had been born. But of course, that was impossible. You couldn't choose your parents or change your fate. Still, there was one thing she could hope for. A strange idea sprang up in her heart. Could she become part of such a family? Zhu Diana also seemed incredibly accomplished. This thought felt like poison. As soon as it surfaced, she immediately felt uneasy and ashamed. It was as if just thinking about it would reveal how unworthy she was to someone else. She hurriedly pushed the idea away, wishing she could bury herself deep in the earth forever unseen. But that night brought her nightmares. She stood naked on a stage in front of an entire classroom, with all the students dressed neatly and looking at her mockingly. The next morning, when Li Jiubao went downstairs with Zhu Lili, still exhausted from lack of sleep and worried about where they would stay after leaving home, she looked haggard. She saw Zhou Dian heading out in a black suit standing by the entrance, glancing back at them. This was her first time meeting his gaze. His eyes were sharp, piercing through even the most subtle thoughts with ease. Li Jiubao felt inexplicably intimidated. No matter how he looked tall and proportionate, exuding an air of nobility, it seemed there was a vast chasm between him and her. It was as if the life she dreamed about was right before her eyes, but in another world entirely out of reach. Zhu Lili ran over to speak with Zhu Diana and, smiling brightly, Li Jiubao walked up beside them. She shrank back, feeling the vast gulf between her and that tall, striking man exuding an air of nobility. It was as if the life she dreamed about was right before her eyes, but seemed like a distant world she could never reach. Zhu Lili ran over to Zhu Dian with a smile on her face, while Li Jiubao walked up quietly and slipped into those worn shoes that had been hidden away. Yesterday, she had tucked them deep in the shoe cabinet, but now they were out in plain sight. Was it by chance or purpose? She glanced quickly at Zhu Diana and standing a short distance away. He seemed not to have noticed her, but as Lily walked off to get something, he turned his gaze back and asked Li Jiubao with a curious tone, "I heard you two met because she helped change the water bucket." Li Jiubao nodded. "Did you smell it then?" Zhu Diana inquired. She was puzzled. Smell what? The scent of excellence built on wealth, sweet and intoxicating to those who are poor. It's a deadly attraction, he said with a gentle smile directed at her. And your looks and experiences make you quite the catch. Lily has many friends she can introduce you to, maybe even someone special. Her face flushed red as if caught doing something wrong. Shame and anger welled up inside her. She wanted desperately to flee, but stood frozen in place. Was it because of poverty that she felt so inferior? And yet others could see right through her without knowing much about her at all, because there was nothing unique about a poor girl longing for wealth, and the life they seemed to be living in a dreamlike state. She had to face this reality. She truly wanted what they had. Money really is the best thing, she thought bitterly. Those who have it don't need to prove anything or show their flaws from birth to death. And now, faced with his question, even for just an instant when she admitted her desire, she could no longer stand tall and proud. She naturally became someone deserving of contempt. She had to face this reality. This was who she truly was. Because after all, that's how she'd always thought. It's indeed the best thing in the world. Those who possess it don't have to endure its trials, and can remain self-righteous from birth to death, believing themselves superior to others. And when faced with such a question, even for just an instant, if she had once felt this way, she could no longer stand tall with pride. She naturally became someone deserving of contempt. Then she heard her voice tinged with disdain and mockery. "That's right," she replied. "You truly have sharp eyes." As if afraid a specter would follow, She started off at a brisk pace and gradually sped up until almost running out of the neighborhood. If Zhu Lili had followed, she might have cried from shame. It was so humiliating. Only when she reached far outside the complex did she stop to look back. One day she whispered, "No one will be able to speak to me like this." Her tone wasn't filled with anger, but rather, though no one replied, she knew Dee could hear her. Of course, he wouldn't understand what she said, but that didn't matter, she understood herself. He would become a witness to her transformation. She wanted to be someone like him. She was tired of being the victim and tired of being looked down upon. Tired of herself and of everything in this life. This desire to tear apart the entire world persisted until exam day ended, and it came time to fill out her college applications. In neat handwriting, she wrote Military Academy No. 1 on the application form. Everyone said that it was a school with the highest mortality rate, but for someone without connections, it offered the best prospects. As she left the classroom, an advertisement for Military Academy No. 1 played on the promotional screen outside. This was the first time she heard its anthem. The melody felt strangely familiar. Countless times, when she needed comfort, this tune would play in her ears. It wasn't grandiose but rather melancholic, yet it always filled her with hope. The song made her feel that she'd have to bury something dear and precious, only to gain even more valuable treasures. Chapter 3 Friends. Students passing behind Li Duobao were discussing today's exam. Some compared answers, while others complained about the difficulty of the questions. In the moments when she needed comfort most, this melody would always play in her ear. It wasn't grand and powerful, rather, it had a touch of melancholy. This song made her feel as if something precious was being buried by her own hands, yet that same act promised an even more valuable reward. Chapter 3 Close Friends. Students passing behind Li Duobao were buzzing about today's big exam. Some compared answers, others complained about the difficulty of the questions. Zhu Lili emerged from the classroom as usual, surrounded by a crowd like stars circling around their moon. The girls chattered excitedly, discussing the schools and majors they had applied to. In the center of the throng, Zhu Liu's face glowed with healthy rosy cheeks, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Did you apply for Imperial University or one of the 4 grades?" someone asked eagerly beside her. Across the empire were over 15,000 vocational schools and 100 universities, 13 of which were located on the capital planet. Among these 13, only 3 stood at the pinnacle. Military Department's First University, National Federation University, and Imperial University. First Military University was notorious for its harsh learning environment and high mortality rate. Students from upper middle class families rarely chose it, especially those from prestigious schools like 11th Middle School. National Federation University was known for literature and arts, a haven for playboys, while Imperial University produced politicians and scientists whose faces were often unseen on television. 11th Middle School's goal was to prepare students specifically for these top universities. Seeing Lily quickly push through the crowd, I applied for Imperial University. "Which one did you choose?" "It must be Imperial too." A group of girls followed her and chimed in. Li Duobao definitely chose Imperial. She's got great grades, and doesn't like all that frivolity at National Federation. Isn't theoretical science better, even if it means just working in an office? Zhu Lili was thrilled, her round eyes fixed on Li Duobao. "Is it?" said the class monitor as he walked to his office. Waving a thick stack of application forms, she applied for First Military University. The girls' eyes widened in disbelief, and they exclaimed, "Are you kidding?" Several 和外办哼死台但这五死 Who would want to go to Military Academy 1? The girls chattered. In the classroom, a loud voice rang out, "Hey, who's going to that place?" A crowd started running over curiously. 11 High was an elite school. She must have been the only one applying for this program. If she stayed any longer, everyone would come to gawk at her like some kind of freak show. Li Duobao didn't want to be surrounded by a mob and hurriedly told Zhu Lili in Muta here. She darted off in a flash. The girls huddled around Zhu Lili, whispering, "What's up with her?" Probably because of her family situation, someone said. Everyone knows she comes from a poor background. Sure, she's pretty and all, but given her personality, she wouldn't go for the arts track at Civilian Academy for. As for Imperial University, even if she graduates top of her class without any connections in politics, what's the point? She has big ambitions. She'd never settle as a lowly office worker. Here, someone sighed. Though they all acted sympathetic, there was an undercurrent of relief. For years, Li Duobao had been the queen bee at school. Everyone felt overshadowed by her presence, but now things were different. No matter how good their grades, none of them would have as much potential for success in the future. "She's pretty pitiful today," one girl said. "She has an injury." When I asked her about it, she said she fell herself, but we all know she got beaten up. When they had a parents' meeting last time, her dad was so uncouth. I think he's actually quite harmless despite his lack of manners. He bowed and scraped to the teacher. Didn't seem like an angry type at all. Then she turned to Zhu Lili. "Didn't you say it was your brother who came for that parents' meeting?" Her dad talked with him, but when he spoke last time at the parent-teacher meeting, her dad really had no class. "He may not have much class," she said thoughtfully, "but he seemed like an honest guy and didn't look violent. Didn't you see? He was nodding his head like a dog when talking to the teacher. Doesn't seem like someone with a short temper." She turned to Zhu Lili, asking, "Didn't your brother come for last year's meeting too?" Her dad talked to him as well, but he looked so uncomfortable and hunched over, just like a lapdog. "Didn't you see?" Zhu Lili put her backpack on her shoulder, glanced back at the girl with a cool expression, and said, "Is it fun talking this way?" And said, "Is it enough? But doesn't my dad look equally awkward when he talks to people too?" The other girl blushed furiously. Seeing everyone exchange glances before looking at her, she fumed. "So what if they have money? Look at this place now, abandoned and factories everywhere. All their mines are dried up. They're living off old wealth in a small town like ours." She pushed past the people blocking her way and stormed out. When Zhu Lili reached the school gate, Li Duobao was already gone. She saw her family SR parked nearby and walked over to find that it was Zhu Diana and driving. Once inside, she glared at Zhu Dian eating with a pout on her face, not like her usual gentle self. Zhu Dian looked outside but didn't see Li Duobao. He started the car and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhu Lili drooped her eyes sadly. Li Duobao signed up for military headquarters First University. She kept a solemn expression throughout the ride, looking like an angry doll. "You'll make other friends," Zhu Diana said absently. She snapped. "I don't want just any friend. They're not number one in anything. I want Li Duobao to like me, to go to school with me. When we get married, she's going to be my bridesmaid." Her eyes matched the pink dress perfectly. Zhu Dian chuckled as he drove. She had some big dreams, but this kind of enthusiasm was new. They might not grow old together, but they often part ways early on. "I don't like her going. She was the top student, but I want Li Duobao to like me. I want her in my school so that when we get married, she can be my bridesmaid." Her eyes matched perfectly with a pink bridesmaid dress. Chuckled as he gripped the steering wheel. He thought this was quite far ahead, but such enthusiasm was new to him. They might not spend their golden years together, but parting ways sooner or later is inevitable. "I don't like her going to that military department's First University," Zhu Lili said with big eyes fluttering as she asked Zhu Diana, "Isn't Duzi it hang at the Imperial University? He must be back on vacation. Li Duobao will definitely like him." "Why do you think Li Duobao likes him?" Zhu Diana asked calmly. Zhu Lili shrugged indifferently. "Didn't all those others fancy him too? Li Duobao would probably like him as well." Seeing Zhu Diana lost in thought, she asked, "What's up?" He replied with a slight frown, his fingers tapping gently on the steering wheel. She won't like to see it." Zhu Lili frowned. "I don't care." Her slender fingers danced over her phone. After a while, when she put down the phone, her mood had lifted. Then she dialed Lei Duobao's number. The voice on the other end was soft yet pitiful. Lei Duobao, where are you? When I came out, you were already gone. Even this morning too. Is there something wrong? Do you have time tonight? Come stay at my place and help me check over the answers. It feels like I did poorly today. Don't know if you'll make it past the cut offline. So frustrating. She sounded pitifully. You must try your best for me. When she hung up, Ju Diana and asked her, what if she doesn't come? Though there was no definite answer on the phone, Ju Lily remained confident she will definitely come. Lei Duobao seemed to have had a falling out with her family and has nowhere else to go. Reluctantly, she would rely on this friend for support. Moreover, 3 days after the big exams, results are announced in just 1 month. They need to report to their respective universities. Even if Lei Duobao is confident about getting tuition reduction benefits, she still needs living expenses. She won't ask me for money, but do see it and will generously offer to lend her tuition fees. She'll accept it with a half-contented nod. She won't come, she thought. Lei Duobao looked like he had a falling out with his family and nowhere to go. Though reluctant, she could only rely on her friend for support. With the exam results coming out 3 days after the big exams ended and just 1 month before going off to university, even if Lei Duobao was confident of getting reduced tuition fees, he still needed living expenses. She won't ask me for money directly, Ju Lily said with a sweet smile that never seemed aggressive. But when do you see it and offers to lend her the tuition fee so nobly and grandly? She'll not half-heartedly. She'll even demand interest. According to her extensive experience in making friends and knowing Lei Duobao well, this couldn't go wrong. A prince on a white horse descending from the sky is something no girl mired in hardship can refuse. What does volunteering mean when compared to such an offer? An uncertain future that might not be attainable even after risking everything isn't as attractive as the seemingly within-reach dream of becoming a princess. Impossible. Lei Duobao hung up and headed towards the milk tea shop. Occasionally, students would come here for part-time jobs, and he was one of them. The boss at his milk tea shop was a young man in his late 20s who dressed fashionably and didn't act high-end and menace and mighty with staff. However, during school breaks, he planned to temporarily shut down the store. Lei Duobao had been working there for several years now. The shops around the university were bustling with students at morning, noon, and evening rush hours when classes started and ended. The boss couldn't manage on his own, so Lei Duobao would arrive early before the crowds came in to help out. He worked about 3 hours a day and earned $30 an hour, totaling $90 daily. The boss rounded it up for him. You've got $2,500. For Lei Duobao, this was a huge sum of money. Previously, every month when the money came in, there were always household expenses to cover. His mother didn't force them to contribute equally with his sister, but they often lacked funds. Rice ran out, electricity bills needed paying, vegetable vendors would come demanding payment for credit, and privately wired lines burned out when Lei Duobao's father couldn't be relied upon for money. Their mother cried at home every day while the expenses were covered by his working sister. The money would come in, but there was always a need for it at home. Lai Mama wouldn't force her and her sister to pay a fixed amount, but they were perpetually short on cash. Rice ran out, electricity bills had to be paid, vegetable vendors came demanding payment for, makeshift drawing burned up when Lai Mama didn't get money from that man. She would cry at home every day, leaving the expenses to her working sister to cover. Just as they managed to clear these debts, a minor illness or two would send them back to the hospital. And once again there wouldn't be enough money for rice and the bills. A vicious cycle. Without this extra income from her, just her sister's salary could barely make ends meet with it. However, nothing was left over. Since 9 months ago, she had been keeping the money at work temporarily. Now what remained in her hands was all that she owned. Thanks, boss, Lei Duobao said without hesitation, tucking the money into her bag. Sometimes working overtime would result in extra pay. This small sum wasn't much, but to her it was a lot. The fare from here to Imperial Star City is $2,100. leaving $400 for her school registration fees. The military university of grade 1 offers everything covered. Students don't need to bring anything with them since whatever they do take will be stored until their departure. Did you do well on the exam? Asked the boss. Are you confident? Li Duobao nodded. Among these three schools, the military university of grade 1 has the lowest admission score. After her exams, she estimated that even if she had aimed for Imperial University, the highest minus-scoring institutions, he would have made it comfortably. What a waste, sighed the boss heavily. Achidi need to find another helper now. Li Duobao stepped out of the small shop and let out a deep breath. She saw Mama standing at the school gate with her father beside her. They were stopping students for information. She stood across the street watching them. But before she could react, her father turned around and spotted her. His features plain neighbors described him as quiet and kind, mind-hearted. Seeing Li Duobao run through vehicles parked at the school gate to reach him, he knelt down. Not human, worse than an animal. Li Mama stood beside him, quietly wiping away tears. Before her stood Mr. Li, who turned around and saw her. His hair was messy, his features ordinary, giving him an honest appearance. This was how their neighbors described him: anxious, quiet. Seeing Li Duobao rush through the cars parked at the school gate to reach him, she immediately knelt down before him. I'm not human, worse than an animal. Don't hate that, he didn't mean to hit me. Beside her stood Mrs. Li, silently wiping away tears. Their white hair trembled slightly in the wind. A crowd gathered around them. Duobao thought she would feel ashamed and angry, but instead felt nausea rise within her. Physical nausea twisted her stomach akin to knots, making her want to vomit. Come on, do that, no choose wrong, Mrs. Li said timidly, beside her, trying to soothe the situation. Let's go home. There's nowhere else for you to go, it's dangerous out here. We're all worried about you. She reached out a hand toward her. The crowd murmured and someone pulled out their phone to take pictures. For an instant, Duobao felt that her mother's reaching arm was like the tentacle of some monstrous creature. Because she knew this man for what he truly was, yet still chose him, knew that his kneeling before others would only lead to a hundredfold punishment afterward, knew that today's humiliation wouldn't be easily forgiven. Even if no one forced him to do it, he had chosen an embarrassing way to beg forgiveness. But in his eyes, all of this was her fault. The word home, personified for Duobao at this moment, was a monstrous creature with tentacles reaching out to grab and devour anyone who came near. As she stepped back, Mrs. Li reached out but missed. Crying as she knelt before her, I did it all for you. Come home. How can you survive on your own? If you don't come back, I won't live either. The murmurs of the crowd were a blur to Duobao's ears. Did her mother not know what he was like? If she returned and got beaten to death, would her mother care? Maybe she'd cry out later, I didn't expect this. How could she go back? If you don't return, I won't live either, the woman sobbed. The crowd around them was murmuring, but Li Duobao couldn't make out a single word. Her eyes were fixed on her mother kneeling before her, and all she heard was an overwhelming roar in her head. Did mother not know? She knew, yet why did she follow this man and use my life as leverage? If I go back and get killed, does it matter to her? Maybe she would cry out later, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked her to come. But those words would be empty. Just like that year when mother told her to eat cake at a neighbor's house. She wanted the cake so badly because it was something she'd never tasted before. But she didn't dare go. Her father would surely get angry and shout no food in this house. Yet mother said then it's okay. Go eat the cake, pushing her through the door. Though she never ate it, just stood trembling by the side. When father came back, he was furious and broke his arm, putting him in a cast for over a month. When they went to the hospital that day, mother cried too. I didn't think he would be so heartless. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her go. People gathered around her, sympathizing with how pitiful she was. Did it finally make her feel better? So many such things flashed before Li Duobao. Before they seemed unrelated and buried deep in the past. Now they surfaced like a vast net, covering her head. Or perhaps mother really didn't mean any harm. Li Duobao watched the woman trembling before her, feeling her heart pounding wildly. Maybe she truly cared that I hadn't had cake. Maybe she genuinely worried about me being alone out here. She just couldn't see how clumsy and careless he was at home. She never understood why the girls' room doors were always locked at night. Mother was simply lacking the courage to leave, lacking wisdom from past experiences, unable even to foresee what might come next. Just a simpleton. Just like now, she truly didn't want her to be out there without any support. She also hadn't seen that the man at home was clumsy and awkward. She had no idea why the girls' room doors were always locked from the inside at night. She was simply too foolish, not brave enough to leave, nor wise enough to draw essence from past experiences. She couldn't even see what lay ahead in her future. Just a plain fool. Li Duobao lifted her head and looked around. Every honest expression seemed strange and distorted through her eyes. Voices of blame echoed without understanding the situation. Zhu Lili was sitting in a car not far away, watching this scene unfold from afar. She had seen photos posted by classmates on WeChat to know what happened, and Zhu Dian and drove back with her. Zhu Dian lit up a cigarette and watched the stubborn girl standing firm amidst the crowd. Now that you've helped her out of trouble, she'll definitely be very grateful. Little girls always play these games of friendship. They like everyone loving them and being the best among their friends. That's what they truly boast about. But Li Duobao was different. She didn't warm up to anyone, which puzzled Zhu Lili but also intrigued her even more. Zhu Lili hesitated for a moment as she leaned against the car door, gazing at the crowd where Li Duobao emerged. Amazed gasps and cries. Someone broke through the throng. It was Li Duobao who burst out of the crowd, scrambling over cars with both hands and feet, leaping from one hood to another across all the vehicles waiting for the red light. Someone chased after her, but she never looked back, disheveled yet agile. In just minutes, as the car shook beneath her, Li Duobao had climbed onto Zhou Liu's vehicle. Though only separated by a windshield, she didn't look inside. The man grabbed her backpack and pulled her down to the hood, but she shrugged it off. When the back tore open, pink bills fluttered out and scattered on the ground. Zhu Lili's friends were all welcomed Li Duobao. She was like a thorny bush, though appearing gentle and studious. There seemed to be an untamed beast within her. Her sharp eyes and long hair flaring in the wind caught everyone's attention for just a moment. And then she quickly jumped down from the car hood. She tossed the bag aside. The few pink bills inside scattered across the ground as the torn pocket released its contents. Zhou Lili was no delicate lady like her lifelong friends, but rather a thorny rose, appearing gentle on the surface yet harboring a wild beast within. Her sharp eyes and wind-blown hair left an impression in mere moments. She quickly jumped off the car hood and sprinted down the sidewalk without looking back. The man didn't pursue. He hurriedly stopped to gather the scattered bills, with the woman helping him. Zhou Lili sat inside the car watching them leave. She showed no emotion on her face. When they were gone, not a bill remained on the ground but only the torn bag and its spilled contents. She got out of the car, snatched up one red note from a passerby's hand, then retrieved the broken bag and scattered books amidst the traffic. Back in the car with the tattered bag cradled to her chest, she called Li Duobao. "Li-year-old, have you eaten yet? Come eat with me." Her voice light and cheerful as though nothing had happened. She knew he hadn't eaten this morning. His pocket held only $2, enough for a bus ride from Champs-Élysées to the school, but not enough for lunch or snacks. He replied calmly, "I've already eaten. I have things to do today and won't be coming over. See you at Imperial University." No sorrow in his voice. She put down her phone, suddenly realizing Zhou Diana N was right. Li Duobao wouldn't like to see it end or go to the Empire University. She was someone who needed others to protect her from life's stings. She didn't rely on anyone else for help. Every pain would only fuel her forward progress rather than make her retreat into another shadow. She wouldn't spend a lifetime behind an office desk, following what others thought was best for her or waiting for some Prince Charming at the altar. University. She was the type to need someone else to shield her from life's storms. She wouldn't pin her hopes on a Prince Charming or anyone extending a helping hand. Every pain inflicted by life would only fuel her forward, not make her hide behind others' wings. She wouldn't spend her days buried in an office cubicle. She wouldn't change her choices just because someone else wanted it that way. Nor would she wear pink as a bridesmaid simply because they said the color matched her eyes, and she certainly was going to be one of those so good friends who only came around when there was nothing better to do, tagging along for dinner and shopping. Chapter for the Imperial Star appears. Li Duobao had already reached South City Street by the time she hung up the phone. There were plenty of shops looking for workers over there. She finally stopped at a repair shop that needed some help around the place. They offered her a spot to sleep but no meals, and asked her to keep an eye on things at night. She could press a button if anything happened. The monthly wage was $2,000 plus $1,000 in overnight shift allowance. The boss was a woman in her 40s with short yellow hair and bead curls. When Li Duobao arrived, she had her legs propped up while smoking as she worked on fixing a motherboard. She didn't look up when someone entered but mumbled something indistinctly before finishing the soldering point and then sizing Li Duobao up from head to toe. "So small, have you ever done this kind of work?" "Yes, I have," replied Li Duobao, showing her hands. "I worked part-mile studying. You can call my previous boss. He'll tell you how well I did the job." "In here because his shop is closed for vacation." The boss didn't ask any more questions. She checked that her uniform was indeed a student's and verified her identity on her phone before nodding approvingly. "Your grades are pretty good too." At least she wasn't some random person off the street. But seeing the bruise on Li Duobao's head made her raise an eyebrow. "Did you get into a fight?" "My dad hit me," said Li Duobao, her eyes flickering away from hers as if in shame. She saw herself reflected in the glass door. She was too embarrassed to meet anyone else's gaze, fearing they would see something even more humiliating. But she knew that she hadn't done anything wrong. Why couldn't someone who had done nothing wrong hold their head high? She felt annoyed with her own timidity and straightened up, lifting her chin as if challenging the woman before her. "How long do you plan to stay?" She avoided eye contact, but saw her own awkward reflection in the glass door. She was too ashamed to look at anyone's eyes, afraid of seeing something even more humiliating. But she knew that she hadn't done anything wrong. Why couldn't someone who did nothing wrong hold their head up high? She grew tired of this timid posture and straightened herself, lifting her shoulders as she faced the person in front of her. "Planning to stick around for long?" "I want to earn enough money to go to Imperial City for school. Could you help me?" "I'm very hard-working." The boss lady was surprised by this and muttered, "Just a month." She sized her up from head to toe but couldn't figure out what she was thinking before nodding. "All right, bring your ID over and we'll draft a temporary contract for you. But remember, there's a 7 full day trial period." Li Duobao let out a sigh of relief when the deal was sealed and immediately headed back to school. Her documents were in her backpack. She hoped they hadn't been lost yet. Even if they had, she could always print off her enrollment webpage as an alternative. When she arrived at the school gate, most people had already dispersed. She searched around until she found her bag, which someone had left with the security guard. The zipper was broken and the backpack lay wide open. Inside were a few books stained by suspicious stains, along with a pen missing its cap. Her student ID was still there, but the exercise book containing 9 months of wages was gone. But the money hadn't been lost, it had just increased. Originally only 2,500 yuan. Now, there was an additional 3,000 yuan. And rarely did new bills pass through the hands at the milk tea shop. The boss always paid in old notes. Now they were crisp and hard, as if freshly withdrawn from a bank. She picked up one of them to smell it before turning back to ask the security guard, "Who helped me pick up my bag?" The guard said it was a man but didn't provide any more details. He emphasized that he hadn't looked closely. Li Duobao took out her phone and dialed Julio's number. Holding the money in one hand, she stood by the roadside staring at her phone for what felt like an eternity before finally making the call. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Just as she was about to hang up, someone picked it up. Turning around, she asked the guard, "Uncle, who helped me pick up my bag?" The guard said it was a man. He didn't give any more details and emphasized, "I didn't look closely." Li Duobao took out his phone and flipped through to Julio's number. Holding onto some money on the roadside, she stared at her phone for a long time before finally making the call. It rang once, twice, 3 times. No one answered until just as she was about to hang up. Someone picked up. It sounded noisy. There's something going on at home. In catching today's shuttle back to Star Empire, I'm already en route. Her family base was in Star Empire. This place was her hometown. She didn't know why she had been sent here. Lady Duobao said, I got the money. On the other end of the line, Zhu Lili turned and looked out at the horizon where two suns were setting side by side. Compared to a few hours ago, her mood was even lower now, but she put on a brave face. What 3,000? My 9 months' salary is only 2,000 free. There's only 20 my bag, all old bills, but this money is new and still has your perfume scent. Zhu Lili fell silent for a moment without denying anything. She suddenly called out, Hey, Lady Duobao. There was magnetic interference in the sky at dusk, causing static on the line. But Lady Duobao's voice remained clear. Gazing at those two setting suns, Zhu Lili asked, joining military academy, one is something you truly want to do or just a necessary choice? Her voice was sweet yet calm, almost bland. Isn't it rather pitiful when people are forced by reality to do certain things? Lady Duobao looked at the stream of cars and thought for a moment before answering. Joining military academy one is indeed just a necessary choice, but I'll try my best. And I don't feel pitiful about it. She couldn't even describe what her aspirations were. Apart from vaguely wanting to have a good life, she had never truly considered what kind of future or person she wanted to be. Whenever she thought about such questions, her mind went blank. Some people have big ambitions since childhood, but I don't. Lady Duobao kicked at the stones on the road. I only know that there are certain things I don't want to become. She didn't want to end up like Lin or her mother. She didn't want to be someone who relied on others just to survive. She had never really thought about what kind of future she wanted, or what she liked and wanted to do. Whenever these questions crossed her mind, it's strange, Lady Duobao kicked a stone on the road. Some people have big ambitions from an early age, but I don't. She continued, I just know that there are certain things I don't want to be. For instance, she didn't want to become like her mother or someone who relies on others for survival, because relying on others means giving them the power to hurt you. So she decided not to depend on anyone. Lady Duobao's voice was calm, but since I have no particular thoughts about what kind of person I should be, I'll do my best with whatever is in front of me. She smiled and said, You see, I study well not because I love reading or dream big, but simply because there's an opportunity to read. And if it's the best choice for now, then why not make the most of it? The same goes for joining the military. It wasn't out of a desire to be heroic or patriotic. She just wanted better chances at a fairer and more independent life. Think of this as practice, Lady Duobao said with a smile. When I discover what I truly want in the future, because I've already experienced pouring everything into something before, it might come easier. Zhu Lili couldn't help but giggle too. The tension seemed to dissipate. She looked at the setting sun and took a deep breath. Lady Duobao. See you in Imperial Star City. Bring back 3,000 yuan. See you in Imperial Star City, Lady Duobao replied with assurance. Then they hung up. Lady Duobao stood by the roadside for a moment and put her money into a pocket close to her body. As she took a deep breath, cold air filled her nostrils and lungs, but it felt warm in her chest. After making copies at a nearby store, she saw that there was still enough time before heading home on bus 222nd. By the time she reached the station near her neighborhood, it was already past 6 o'clock p.m. She hung up the phone. Lady Duobao stood by the roadside for a moment, tucking away her money in a pocket close to her body. As she lifted her head and took a deep breath, cold air rushed into her nostrils and filled her lungs, but she felt warmth in her chest. After making copies at a nearby store, she checked the time and found there was still enough time before heading straight for home on bus route 222nd. By the time she reached the stop near her apartment complex, it was already past 6 o'clock. At this hour, Lady I's mother would be back from the market with unsold vegetables, while that man would likely have been out drinking and eating with his buddies. She listened carefully at her door first, making sure no one was inside before opening it. The coffee table in the living room remained untouched, its glass surface wiped clean. Closing the door behind her felt like separating this house from the rest of the world, as if everything outside became distant and remote. The familiar scent made her feel uneasy. She walked to her small bedroom with her sister, grabbed an unused backpack, and packed 2 thick coats, a shirt, a sweater, and a pair of heavy jeans along with her toothpaste. Standing hesitantly in the hallway for a moment, she entered Lead-Eye's mother's room. The strong smell of cigarette smoke filled the air. It was much larger than their shared space. Curtains were drawn shut, and sunlight streaming through the Lead-Eye rummaged around in the cabinets for a while before finding an iron tin cookie box left to her by her grandmother after she passed away. Before her grandmother's death, Lead-Eye had enjoyed some warm moments together with her. But once the old woman was gone, everything changed. She placed the key on the table and locked the door behind her. For a moment, she felt like writing something for her family before leaving. But then thought there wasn't much to say anyway. What should she write? Or perhaps some resentment? As Lead-Eye left the complex, she worried about running into either her mother or sister returning home. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Instead of waiting at the usual bus stop near the entrance, she walked around a few blocks and caught another bus. When she arrived at the store, the owner was still sitting behind the counter with her soldering iron in hand. A young man with tattoos on his arms whistled when he saw Lead-Eye approach. The shopkeeper scolded him. "What are you mumbling about?" The young man looked sheepish and stopped. Lead-Eye's face flushed red as she tried to maintain composure and walked towards the counter. Sister narrowly avoided him, but thankfully she didn't. Instead of waiting for the bus at her usual stop outside the neighborhood gate, she took a long detour through 3 blocks to another station. When she arrived at the store, the shop owner was still sitting behind the counter with her soldering iron in hand. A young man with tattoos on his arms whistled when he saw her, and the shop owner muttered something under her breath with that. He sheepishly stopped talking as Sister Lee Duobao felt a flush of embarrassment but kept calm and walked over to retrieve the copy she had made. The shop owner took off her goggles and examined it before putting it in a drawer behind the counter. She nodded at Lee Duobao, indicating for her to go back there. "Go check out your space. There are blankets and mattresses ready. I've put fresh sheets on them already." The young man joked. "Oh wow, so formal. You even have a contract." He kept glancing at Lee Duobao. "Without it, how would I file my taxes?" the shop owner said as she slipped her goggles back on and resumed soldering. "Go already. What are you standing there for?" Lee Duobao squeezed through the high shelves, buying all sorts of parts she had never seen before. Her sleeping space was in a corner at the back of the warehouse, a small bed surrounded by curtains to separate it from the rest. A little desk with a lens at nearby its drawers were filled with odds and ends. 4 or 5 screens hung on the wall opposite, showing views of the front door, rear entrance, and various singles inside. She put her backpack down and picked up one of the blankets to smell it. It was slightly damp, but had no unpleasant odor. She covered herself before taking out all her clothes from her bag and hanging them on a wire frame next to the curtains. Her hand brushed against an old cookie tin. She paused, then pulled it out. It had been around 4 years, with rust spots in many places, yet the words "Shin Cake" were still clearly visible. Inside was just some loose photos and trinkets, nothing valuable. On top was a picture of her grandmother sitting on a rocking chair in the living room, holding a book while glasses dangled from her neck. A half-made human high vase stood by one wall corner with bare branches sticking out against the white walls. It looked rather melancholy. The large glass door led to a balcony bathed in sunlight, where a calico cat sprawled lazily basking in the rays. Its name was Ding Ding. It was plump and round. Lee Duobao had spent many happy hours playing with this cat when she was young. She sat in the living room rocking gently on a chair with a book in her hand and glasses hanging from her chest. Beside her stood an imposing vase half as tall as she was, filled with dry branches without any flowers. Against the backdrop of white walls, it created a sense of distant tranquility. Behind her, large glass doors led to a balcony bathed in sunlight. A trimise-colored cat lay sprawled there basking in the warmth. Its name was Ding Ling. It was plump and round, with its fur sleek from lounging in the sun. When she was young, many hours were spent playing with this cat. Sometimes when she would lie on the sofa reading a book, Ding-Ling would come over too, sitting solemnly beside her to peek at what she read. Back then, she used to talk to Ding-Ling as if it could understand her, even though they clearly couldn't communicate. Once she was caught by her grandmother, who didn't tell anyone and made them promise to keep it a secret between the two of them. Thinking about Ding-Ling now, she closed her eyes and listened for a moment. The sound from outside gradually grew louder, but there wasn't any movement indicating that whoever it was must still be asleep. She redirected her attention back to what was in the box beside her. As if by magic, the noise faded away naturally. Inside were photos and some drawings she made when she was young, nothing else of note really. Her grandmother probably left this as a keepsake for her. When grandma passed away, her mind wasn't clear anymore. She often spoke nonsense, but Li Mama didn't feel too sad about it. Li Jiubao had heard from his mother that the old lady came from a mountain village where generations of their family farmed and lived in poverty. She herself never went to school but learned how to read when she was 40. Count to read. When grandma was young, like many others who grew up in the mountains, she left home at 13 to work outside. First, she stayed in town for a while before moving on to do business in the city of Dixing. In her 20s, Grandpa kept urging her to come back and get married, but she refused. She sent money monthly, which made their family much better off than others in the village. They became one of the richest families there as a result. Grandpa stopped pressing her after that. When Grandma returned home at 14 years old, Li Mama came with her. It was said that she had married outside but lost her husband to illness. With savings from working hard, Grandma bought an apartment in town and moved all their family members into the city as well. In the first year they were there, Grandpa passed away. She returned to marry, but she refused. However, she sent money monthly, which made the family quite comfortable, and turned them into the wealthiest household in their village. The great Mai's grandfather no longer pressed her for marriage. Years later, when the old lady was around 40, she came back home with Auntie Li. It was said that she had married outside but her husband passed away due to illness. She used her savings to buy a house in town and moved everyone there. In their first year in the city, grandmother passed away, leaving only the old lady and Auntie Li to fend for themselves. When Auntie Li was still a teenager, she dropped out of school, insisting that she would live or die for love. She ran off with someone, but it didn't work out well. Her lover had an affair and ended up in jail after robbing someone. Auntie Li remarried to a factory worker within a month of her ex's imprisonment. The following year, she gave birth to a double. The factory worker refused to acknowledge the child as his own, claiming that it was from her previous relationship. They often quarreled until he left them behind when their daughter wasn't even a month old. Auntie Li brought the Daobao back to live with the old lady for several years. When registering him at birth, they took on the surname of the old lady. Years later, Auntie Li ran into Harxuan again after his release from prison. He had remarried by then but was widowed when his wife died. They hit it off and he brought the Daobao to live with them as a family unit once more. This arrangement has lasted until now. The Daobao looked at the old lady's solo photo. Though she was quite elderly, her eyes were bright and lively. She dressed neatly in silver hair clips that held back her green locks. If she had been younger by decades, she would have certainly been a beauty. He took after his grandmother more than Auntie Li. Auntie Li's appearance resembled Great Mai's grandfather's more closely. After putting the box away, the Daobao went to see if there was anything he could help with at work. The young man was still there when she arrived. The boss lady looked up and saw her coming out. She said, "Tomorrow is when we start counting hours. I won't pay you for today's work." But seeing that it was just a polite offer, she seemed pleased. "All right, you're really hardworking." She asked him to move the pile of goods from the corner into the back storeroom. The items weren't too heavy. Le Daobao could manage them with some effort. Others might have complained about carrying them, but he didn't say a word. As soon as Li Jiubao came out, the boss heard that she wanted to help and said with a slight hesitation, "I'll start counting the money tomorrow. I won't pay you for today's work." Seeing it was just polite talk, he felt pleased. "All right. You're really hardworking." He asked her to move the pile of goods in the corner to the back storage room. The items weren't too heavy. Li Duobao took a deep breath and managed to carry them. Others might have complained a bit, but she didn't. The boss's wife kept glancing at her with approval. Macho Man called out, "Hey sister, you're doing great." As Li Duobao was almost done, she noticed the translator device on one of the shelves and remembered something that had been bothering her for a while. If I talk to someone who speaks a language completely foreign to me, why can't my translator translate it? The boss's wife looked puzzled. Which version do you have? Li Duobao took off the device hanging from her ear and showed it to her. This gadget became widespread after humans expanded their living range. With so many regions speaking different dialects, there were over 60 mesh for major languages used across the Empire's planets. Due to the sheer number of planets, a universal language didn't catch on, leading to the foreign language didn't catch on, leading to the fusion of translators. The device could translate all common languages into the user's native tongue except for one. It couldn't handle universal language. Li Duobao had bought this translator when she started school because there were teachers from other planets. She had been using it ever since and updated its database occasionally. But it worked fine. It struggled with translating this language. At first, Li Duobao thought the issue was due to her brain's internal sound processing. But even after learning a phrase and speaking it aloud, the translator didn't react. Instead, it simply said no data for this language. Please update database. She had also asked school teachers and text or employees about it, but they couldn't translate either. Today she was just taking her chances. The boss's wife checked the code and connected Li Duobao's device to a testing machine. She examined it closely before saying, "You have 59 languages covered, which is quite comprehensive." She winked at her, "But today's your lucky day. You've met me." She decided to take a chance and visit some communication equipment stores. None of them could translate it. The store owner's wife looked at the code, connected her translator to her testing device, and said with a smile, "You have 50-1 languages covered, which is quite comprehensive. But there's always the possibility that you heard an even smaller language after all. There are thousands out there." She winked at her, "But you're lucky today because I'm here. You're a generous person who doesn't nitpick and does things honestly. So I'll help you out." Turning around, she took from the back cabinet a machine about 14 centimeters in size, puffed on her cigarette with satisfaction as she thumped it. "This is a full language translator. That's rare even across the entire empire. Less than 1,000 of them exist." The tattooed man whistled appreciatively. "Where did you get this?" "From an old spaceship in the junkyard," said the store owner's wife, plugging it in and adjusting its settings before gesturing to Li Duobao. "Come on. If my device doesn't work today for any language within the empire, I'll give it to you free of charge." Chapter 5: The Youth. The machine had two modes of voice input. One was a direct data interface that could transmit audio or text, and another was live recording. Li Duobao couldn't reproduce the sound she heard, but she managed to learn some phrases. Wei light flickered on, indicating it was receiving sounds. After processing ended, a red light flashed continuously as the small screen displayed translating. The tattooed man scratched his head. "Does it take this long? My translator does real-time translation. How come yours is so slow?" The store owner's wife shot him an annoyed glance and stood up to watch the screen closely. Minutes passed, and the result was finally shown on the screen. No result. The tattooed man burst into laughter. The store owner's wife scolded him angrily. "Get out. I haven't fixed your thing yet," he said. "Come back tomorrow. Do I eat and sleep all day?" She chased him off before returning with a frown, patting the translator again, and calling Li Duobao over to try once more. But it was still no result. Li Duobao felt disappointed but not entirely surprised by this outcome. She reasoned that perhaps she had heard something from an extremely remote area. Her geography teacher mentioned how humans migrated across the empires in ancient times, with technology advancing rapidly enough for small shuttlecrafts to scatter people throughout the galaxy's corners. These far planets developed their own unique languages, and those places weren't even marked on maps. Duobao felt disappointed. This was the first time he had encountered such a result. "Perhaps it's too remote," Lu Duobao suggested, trying to give his boss lady an out. but she did indeed recall what her geography teacher said since humans began migrating. The empire had grown larger and technology advanced rapidly, allowing small shuttlecraft to scatter people across every corner of the galaxy. Those distant planets would develop their own languages within a few centuries. And these places weren't even marked on maps. How could they possibly be recorded in translation devices? The boss lady insisted stubbornly even remote areas can still translate. Do you think I bought this for nothing? My money isn't burning holes in my pocket. This was salvaged from a pirate ship, and it cost me both time and effort to get it. You don't understand, pirates go places even the Imperial Army hasn't reached. Their translation cores are updated faster than official versions. As long as there's someone living somewhere, they have their own language. Guobao looked at the no result message on the machine before glancing back at his boss lady. She seemed a bit embarrassed now. After fiddling with it for a while, she suddenly said, "Actually, there's another possibility." What kind of possibility? The look in her eyes was strange as she asked Wu Duobao, "When you heard this language, were you really speaking to someone else?" Wu Duobao felt a jolt. Is there something wrong with that? She raised an eyebrow at him. It's possible the person was using some rare language. It might even be our most common one. The reason you couldn't understand was because of abnormal communication conditions. You see, transmission frequencies encrypt information to varying degrees. So, in unauthorized calls under unusual circumstances, specific data gets distorted. But I could still make out the song. Low Duobao counter. Distortion depends on security levels of the frequency used. Lower grades only distort certain information, while others remain intact. Higher grade security distorts everything due to increased computational requirements and resources needed for processing. Wu Duobao was stunned. Was this possible? Then D might be far away from her. Indeed. D. Ba. Huh. Hishu. D. I just hired you. Don't expect much from you, just do your part and make it look good. Got it, said Li Duobao as he followed her out of the shop and watched her leave before closing the metal gate behind him. He put everything back on the shelves and turned off the lights before heading to the storeroom. Though there were still faint sounds from outside, being alone in this place made him feel uneasy. It was quiet over at this end for a long time, completely silent. Although he didn't know why it had happened like this, such scenarios were common enough that he knew their connection hadn't been severed. He tapped 3 times on the table. Tap Wayne step, he said. Sure enough, not too soon after, sounds from across came back to him. They seemed to be in a bustling night market. In response to his taps, there was another set of 3 deep thoughts, deeper than when he had not. 3 knocks and then silence again. But hearing those 3 thumps made Li Duobao feel that the darkness wasn't so scary after all. He curled up on the bed under the covers, feeling warm. Though this was her first time leaving home, she felt at peace, no longer worrying about what excuse that man would come up with to beat someone up today. What had once seemed like an inescapable prison now lay behind her. It was almost unbelievable. And yet, it filled her with hope for the future. Staring through the gauze curtain at the dim light and watching the monitors, she wondered what they might be doing right then. Would they ever meet someday? He must come from a wealthy family and surely look handsome, but he wouldn't be like Shu Dian. Thinking about it, she soon dozed off. Half-Tui seemed to hear some sounds. But after such an exhausting day, the sleep was too comfortable for her to wake up right away. Only when she turned over did a sudden chill run through her and make her sit bolt upright in bed. She was alone in the storeroom with the desk lamp still on. The monitors showed no signs of anything amiss, no suspicious figures loitering around the front or back doors. Nothing unusual inside the shop either. But she could hear something coming from up ahead, not just footsteps but voices too. This place is pretty good. They have a lot to offer and their reputation isn't undeserved. We've come all this way. Well, cross over now. The room was empty except for her, and the desk lamp still burned brightly. The monitor showed no unusual activity. The cameras facing both doors hadn't picked up any suspicious figures loitering about. inside the store's surveillance feed. Yet she could hear voices coming from the front of the shop. Not just footsteps but also conversation. Pretty good place here, one voice said. Got a lot of stuff and it seems to have a decent reputation. We've come this far across several transit points, we should be safe now, right? It's good Earth has already fallen into disrepair as security isn't as tight anymore. We can rest for a few days after finding what parts we need. The food here is pretty tasty too, it suits my palate well. I've been eating compressed rations until I wanted to vomit. It's all because of third brother. He had to make such a fuss about the killing, now everyone is calling for blood. Li Dubao turned her head towards the monitor and confirmed there was nothing unusual in the footage, but she could clearly hear someone entering the shop. She carefully got out of bed and tiptoed toward the storeroom door. The store had 2 rooms and 1 bathroom. The front room served as a shop, with a corridor leading to the toilet on the left and the storeroom on the right where infrequently used inventory was stored. As she approached the door, sounds from the front became clearer. Since the storeroom's door was wide open, she could see into the hallway opposite the bathroom. The light flickered intermittently. Probably because of the low moon's hanging lamp in the shop, someone had bumped their head on it. Li Duobia's heart pounded loudly as she took deep breaths and moved cautiously to the doorway. The storeroom door was wooden but an iron grill that would be hard for intruders to open unless they carried tools capable of melting metal. But moving the door would make a loud noise, and the nearest person was standing right in the corridor, just outside her view, her shadow only inches from her eyes. She had no assurance she could lock it before he rushed over. The iron gate was the light rust on its tracks suggested it might jam shut. Li Duobao glanced back at an emergency button beside the storeroom door, but pressing it would emit a loud sound meant to scare off intruders. Now it seemed more likely to alert them. She had no choice but to proceed with caution. A few inches in front of her, she had no confidence that she could lock the heavy iron door before this person reached her. The rusty track suggested it might jam. Li Duobao glanced back and saw the emergency alarm button on the wall at the other end of the storeroom, but pressing it would create a loud noise, potentially alerting and angering them. These were ruthless men. Getting startled could make them kill without hesitation. If her phone had power, she might have called for help, but now it was dead. It seemed that misfortune never comes alone. Maybe she should just run. The back door of the store was at the end of the corridor and locked from the outside. She had a key, but there wasn't enough time to find the right one and escape. Another option was to climb out through the bathroom window. The bathroom, once outside, she could call for help from a patrol officer. Li Duobao adjusted her breathing and moved closer to the door, watching the shadows on the floor. They were rummaging through things, their shadows flickering unpredictably across the corridor. She couldn't risk sticking her head out, it might catch them off guard. But she couldn't wait too long. Once they finished searching in front, they would come back here to check the storeroom inventory. Gazing at the bathroom door just ahead of her, she nearly stepped forward several times, and was almost discovered each time. With every passing moment, Li Duobao knew she had no more time to waste. She took a deep breath as their shadows disappeared down the corridor, steadied her heartbeats, and quickly moved towards the bathroom. Her bare feet made not a sound on the floor. But just as she was about to enter, the bathroom door suddenly opened from inside. She froze in place, staring at the boy who appeared behind it. His hair was an uncommon silver color, his nose high and straight, making his eyes appear even deeper set. His features were exquisitely sculpted, flawless like moonlight on a dark night. She held her breath and walked towards the bathroom, light on her feet as she moved silently across the floor. But just as she was about to enter, the door suddenly opened from inside. Frozen in place, she stared at the boy who appeared behind it. His hair was a rare silver color, his nose high-bridged, making his eyes look even more profound. His features were perfectly sculpted and flawless, with skin pale like moonlight on a dark night. The bathroom lights were off. He stood there emotionless in the darkness, an ominous gaze that spoke of cruelty and cold indifference. They faced each other across the threshold. She was bathed in the corridor's light while he remained shrouded in shadows. Where is that kid? Still in the loo? Must be slacking off again. A voice from the front shop drifted over. Footsteps grew louder with every step. Li Duobo felt her fate closing in around her when suddenly the boy grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bathroom. As she stepped inside, someone appeared at the other end of the corridor, calling out, "Hurry up!" The figure took a few steps forward but didn't come closer. One step, two steps. Li Duobao saw his shadow first appear as a head and then shoulders. She could barely breathe, standing there in shock. The boy slowly closed the door behind them. As it shut with a soft click, a pair of booted feet appeared outside. With the door not fully locked, she peered through the gap at that towering figure's back, convinced he would turn around and spot her any moment now. They were separated by no more than 10 centimeters, even her breath seemed to echo in his ears. The boy held onto her wrist tightly, signaling for silence and stillness. Their breath mingled as she caught a whiff of mint from him. He looked down at her with long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, masking any emotion within them. "I told you not to slack off," the voice called out again on the corridor before moving towards the storage room. "Quite a lot here." As he disappeared around the corner, the boy released Li Duobao as if letting go of something scorching hot and turned his head away from her. Li Duobao was taken aback. Her long eyelashes cast thick shadows, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. "I told you not to slack off," a voice echoed down the corridor as he walked towards the warehouse on the other side. "There's quite a lot of stuff here." As his figure disappeared into the distance, the boy released Li Duobao, as if letting go of a scorching iron. Li Duobao was taken aback for a moment before she spun around and ran towards the window. She had never moved so swiftly before. Reaching up to shoulder height, she leapt onto the windowsill with ease. As she began to climb out, she heard shouts coming from the warehouse. "Someone's on guard. Damn it! Didn't they say no one was watching this place? Where is he? Find him fast. We can't leave any witnesses behind." Then the bathroom door swung open. He first saw the boy standing at the entrance. He was about to speak when his eyes fell upon Li Duobao climbing out of the window. A flicker of surprise flashed across his face, quickly replaced by a fierce glare as he coldly asked the boy, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The sound drew people outside. They started running towards them immediately. As the burly man approached, Li Duobao stepped out of the window and sprinted down the street, shouting loudly, "Fire! Fire! The warehouse is on fire!" Her voice sounded small and strange in the empty night streets. She didn't know if it would work or how many others were awake. But if she made no sound at all, they might kill that boy without a second thought. The sudden opening of an iron gate echoed loudly through the quiet night, followed by heavy footsteps closing in on her. Their strides sounded menacing and oppressive. She felt as though she was running from some nightmare, moving her legs as fast as possible. If she remembered correctly, there should be a guard booth at the intersection. Her heart leapt with joy when she saw it, but sunk again upon closer inspection. It was empty. The pursuers seemed to hesitate, turning back rather than continuing their chase. The weight and the sense of coercion were overwhelming. She felt as if she was running in a nightmare. Run as fast as her legs could carry her. If she remembered correctly, there should be a guard booth at the intersection. Her heart leapt with joy when she saw it, but upon closer inspection, it was empty. The light inside was on, yet no one was around. Those people seemed to have turned back for some reason, perhaps wary of pursuing her further. She called out several times more, rushing over to press the red button outside the guard booth. A light flickered on, signaling that an alarm had been sent to the Central Security Department. Within 10 to 20 minutes, police would arrive. But in this ghost town mines-like city, no one responded to her cries. Even their footsteps faded quickly into silence. The street soon returned to its tranquil state once more. Had those people gone back inside? What were they doing now? She stood motionless at the empty intersection, her solitary figure elongated by the lamplight. What should she do next? If she waited for the police, it would be too late. They would have long since fled with the boy. If he was dead, his fate was unimaginable. She knew she couldn't fight them off. Calling out and pressing the alarm button had been her best shot at help. But in this moment, she felt like that helpless child from her nightmare den, unable to do anything but stand there. Then, with a determined look on her face, she turned around and ran toward the green flower beds by the roadside. She grabbed as many branches as she could carry and dragged them along behind her back towards where they had come from. "This place," she shouted loudly, as if guiding someone to their destination. The suspicious rustling sound of the branches dragging on the ground made it seem like a group was following closely behind her. She heard the distant sounds of an engine starting up and two red taillights disappearing quickly down the street. When she reached them, she saw that the struggling boy had been left by the roadside because he couldn't keep up with those in a hurry to leave. He struggled to his feet, one arm hanging limply at his side. There was an injury on his chest. The light from the lamppost seemed to bother him as Li Duobao approached. He quickly stepped out of its reach into the shadows. "Are you okay?" But he didn't answer her. At that moment, a whistle sounded in the distance, likely police officers responding to the alarm at the guard booth. The person in a hurry left, abandoning the others by the roadside. He struggled to get up, one arm hanging limply at his side. There was an injury on his chest. The light from the street lamps seemed to make him uncomfortable as Li Duobao approached. He quickly retreated into the shadows. Asked Li Duobao, but there was no response. At that moment, a whistle sounded in the distance. A police officer must have spotted something and rushed over first. Sirens wailed from an approaching patrol car. The figure darted back, limping off into the depths of a narrow alleyway as he disappeared from sight. Shouted the policeman with his baton raised, rushing towards where the shadow had been. But there was no result to the chase. The police didn't catch up to the youth and couldn't find any trace of those involved. They secured the scene immediately. Li Duobao was taken to the police station for questioning. The bright lights from the police station made her feel uneasy. But the interrogation wasn't long. Then came the sketch artist. When the boss lady came to pick her up, a policeman asked as they walked out, "Were all of them adults?" Li Duobao's expression remained unchanged. She nodded and said, "I heard adult male voices, but I didn't see clearly if anyone was captured. It seemed like someone had been dragged from somewhere. Please save him, police officers." The policemen were clueless about who committed the crime since there was nothing on the road or shop surveillance footage. But it was a fact that the store was in disarray and that someone had fled quickly through the streets at night. To say Li Duobao staged everything, how could she have erased real show mount surveillance? Li Duobao listened to the police talk about some sophisticated hacking technique that allowed them to avoid being caught on camera. "This is genius," muttered a tech-savvy officer. On their way back, the boss lady yawned widely. She had rushed out in her pajamas and slippers. An old jeep sped through the empty streets. Li Duobao felt guilty. "It's all my fault." "What are you talking about?" said the boss lady with a relaxed attitude. "Don't worry. There's insurance. You just got unlucky to run into this. The police told me that they checked out your description of the airport and confirmed it." The detective muttered to himself as they returned. The boss lady was yawning constantly. She had rushed out in her pajamas, wearing slippers on her feet. Her old jeep sped down the empty streets. Li Duobao felt guilty. "It's all my fault." "What are you talking about?" the boss lady said with a shrug. "Don't worry, we have insurance. You just got unlucky and ran into this mess. The police told me that based on your description of visiting the airport terminal, there was indeed a shuttlecraft landing with fake identities. They've already seized it and should be able to get results soon." They first went back to their store where the detective had taken evidence before leaving. Inside, everything was in disarray. The boss lady took one look around, then told Li Duobao to come home with her. "It's not safe here, they might return." Li Duobao didn't refuse and grabbed her clothes from the warehouse along with her backpack. As she left the warehouse, she paused for a moment before opening the bathroom door opposite. The mirror was shattered on the ground. Pieces of ceramic sink cracked, one corner fallen into the toilet stall. Bloodstains were scattered haphazardly across the floor, trailing all the way to the store entrance where several bloody handprints and scratch marks could be seen at knee height along the walls. It was clear that there had been a fierce struggle between the boy and his captors. He must have struggled fiercely as he was being dragged away, creating this chaos. The blood here likely had samples taken too. But based on her testimony, Even if they caught him, the boy would probably be considered a victim. Li Jiubao followed the boss lady back to her home in the car. The scene kept replaying before her eyes. When he suddenly appeared behind the door as it opened, she could almost see his face again. The scent of mint still lingered on her nose. She tapped on the window glass 3 times but received no response. Li Jiubao had a bad feeling about this. Maybe they wouldn't appear again unless she found him herself. Wei Duobao got up and went to the store with the boss lady. After cleaning everything up, they could resume business as usual. Due to yesterday's incident, when they opened their shop today, neighbors from nearby stores came over to chat. "The boy in my place helped you call the police," said a middle-aged man patting his belly. "Your little girl is very smart." The kid thought there was an actual fire and almost wet himself. The next morning, Li Jiubao got up early and followed the boss lady to their shop. After cleaning up, they could resume business as usual. Due to yesterday's incident, when they opened the door, neighbors from adjacent shops came over to chat. "My little boy helped you call the police," said a middle man patting his belly. "That smart girl of yours really scared him. He thought there was an actual fire and almost wet himself." The boss lady thanked them with a smile as she handed out cigarettes. Li Jiubao straightened up the shelves, carefully placing back each item that had fallen to the ground. Once everything was in order, the boss lady started counting inventory while Li Jiubao cleaned behind. She stood at the door looking at the bloodstains in the bathroom and couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. After finishing her work, she said she wanted to go home and asked half a day off from the boss lady. After buying alcohol and medical supplies from the nearest pharmacy, she followed the direction where the youth had disappeared. At first, there were intermittent blood spots on the ground. However, they vanished at the end of an alley. She stood in the dead cab street looking around, then walked back a bit and opened a stinky trash bin. Inside was a very noticeable bloody handprint. Some people passing by noticed her odd behavior and curiously watched as she quickly wiped away the blood print and closed the lid. When the police chased him yesterday, he must have hidden somewhere until they left, then returned along this path. Returning to the main street, Li Jiubao continued walking down the road. There were no bloodstains on the ground for reference as she moved further south. The environment became more complex with laborers carrying poles sitting by the roadside and groups of people smoking. They paid little attention to passers-by. Some sat together playing cards out of boredom. Li Jiubao walked around a large circle in the area before stopping at the center of the square. Looking all around her were half-beaten weathered high-mise clothes hanging from bamboo poles sticking out of windows. The main street was surrounded by complex residential areas with many blind spots for surveillance cameras. It seemed that the youth had followed those people here. From the boss lady's tone, it appeared he went to their shop because the group moved about with a detached stare, showing no interest in the passers-by. The bored among them gathered to play cards. Li Jiubao wandered around for a while before stopping at the center of the square. He looked around and saw half-caisson everywhere, clothes hanging on bamboo posts sticking out from their windows. Around the main street were sprawling neighborhoods with complex layouts, many blind spots in surveillance coverage. The boy had just arrived here with those people. It seemed he was heading to a well-known shop owned by Madam. Where would an injured person who didn't know much about this place hide? If she were him, she wouldn't leave the area. This neighborhood was filled with workers from remote regions, people of all sorts, indifferent and unbothered by each other's affairs. On the large screen in the square, yesterday's case was being replayed. A sketch of the suspects appeared on it. A group of 5 to 6 adult men aged 30 to 45 who had arrived using fake IDs at the dedicated shuttle airport. The announcer's sweet voice echoed through every corner of the plaza. "The criminal gang is highly threatening. Please call a hotline." Li Jiubao looked in a more remote direction, spotting an abandoned garage. She walked toward it and then turned to look across at one of the apartment buildings. An old garage was too obvious. If someone wanted to find him, they would likely think to check there first. But the apartments were crowded but chaotic. People didn't care about each other much. The boy wasn't within the age range of those reported and he was alone. He wouldn't draw suspicion from the landlord here. Li Jiubao entered one apartment building after another, asking at every rental. My dad likes to hit people. Yesterday, my brother got into a fight with him and ran off when he caught me with a knife. My mom is worried sick. We're looking for him everywhere. The landlord believed her more upon seeing the injury on her forehead, but she didn't get any leads after asking everyone along the way. When she reached the last one, he nodded immediately. I was wondering why someone came so early with blood all over them. He said it happened from a fight at home. Li Duobiao's heart raced as she replied, "Thank you. I'll go talk to him and convince him to come back." The landlord nodded. Of course, parents always do what's best for their children, no matter how wrong they are. Seeing the wound on her forehead, she was even more convinced. But after asking around all day, there had been no luck. When they reached the last place to ask, the owner immediately nodded upon hearing their story. I knew it. You came here early in the morning with blood on you, and said it was from a fight at home. Wu Dubao's heart raced as he thanked him, saying, "Thank you." The shopkeeper nodded. Of course they will. Even if parents are wrong, they do its best for their children. You don't understand the hardships of being a parent. There is no parent who doesn't love their child. Wu Bao hesitated but then continued up the stairs. Room 801 was at the end of the 8th floor corridor. Below the windows were emergency exits, and across from them was a communal bathroom for all tenants. She pushed open the door to find 10 bunk beds into tiers, with 5 sleeping pods in total. A middle-aged man had just climbed into one without bothering to look up when she entered. Lu Bao found pod number 80,110 and felt nervous. What if it was a stranger inside? After standing there for a moment, she straightened her hair through the glass reflection, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "It's me." She knocked again and pressed her ear to the wall. The sound plumbing of these cheap sleeping pods wasn't bad. It was hard to hear what was happening inside. Just as she was about to listen closer, the door suddenly opened. A young man halfway against the pod's inner wall, glancing at her before looking behind her. "No one is following me," Noah Jiubao whispered. "I took several detours and avoided surveillance cameras." The boy motioned for him to come in. She quickly entered with the bag of supplies. The space felt smaller and quieter as outside noises were muffled. The Wu Duobao fidgeted nervously without daring to look at the young man. He pulled out medicine and a first-aid kit from his bag. "I bought these with cachet. Didn't use my personal insurance card or tell the police about you," said the boy, whose voice was slightly hoarse due to fever. Bao turned to see that there was a small screen on the inner wall showing today's news. "That's why I came here right away. Otherwise, it would be easy for someone to report me." In the pod's dim light, his features seemed softer than at night, perhaps because of the fever or just the lighting. He paid in cash and didn't use his personal health insurance card. "I haven't told the police about you," the boy replied. Turning around, Li Jiubao saw a small screen on the wall broadcasting today's news. "Early this morning, I saw it already. It would be easy for someone to report him." His voice was slightly hoarse because of his fever from the injury. In the cabin light, he looked softer than at night. Perhaps it was due to his weakness that made him less sharp. Li Jiubao didn't know what to say and just hummed in response as he watched the boy start undressing. He quickly turned away. The boy expertly handled his wounds after disinfecting them. He even used a simple medical kit suturing tools to stitch up the wound on his chest. Li Jiubao felt embarrassed looking but couldn't help glancing when helping him wrap bandages. He was covered in many injuries, some old and some fresh with pink scars. Li Jiubao handed over the medicine tablets. The boy swallowed them without water. "Actually, do you play piano?" Li Jiubao suddenly asked. The boy paused, then continued his actions. "No," he mumbled vaguely. "Someone like me growing up alone in a dirty trade, how could someone like him be one who plays piano? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Jiubao quickly looked away when the boy glanced at him. "Thank you for saving me," the boy replied coldly. "I just didn't feel comfortable yesterday, so we parted ways." "Ma'am is Li Jiubao and yours. What does your name matter to me?" the boy asked in a frosty tone. Li Jiubao did not look up at him again until he left the room with her ears flushed red. Trying hard to keep his head low, the boy heard the door close before getting out of bed. He leaned on the railing and stood by the window where he could see down below. Not long after, a slender figure walked out from the hallway and lingered in the shadows downstairs for quite some time. His reflection at the window intertwined with her silhouette but soon separated again. Chapter 6 Lumina. Li Juo's figure blended into the crowd as he stepped onto the street. A transparent bracelet on his wrist beeped. He tapped it, and an information interface appeared in. Lie. Bu. 7. Chapter 6 Lumina. Li Duoboy's figure blended into the crowd as he stepped onto the street. A transparent bracelet on his wrist beeped. He tapped it, and an information interface appeared in. Now that he had taken the medicine, treated the wound, and stabilized his heartbeat and blood pressure, a new message popped up: task completed. The boy smiled slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. He stood by the window for a moment before turning back to lie down on the bed. In the dim room, he closed his eyes. Chapter 7 Yongfu. The world remained bustling with people hurrying along, and cars streaming endlessly on the streets. Listening to the noise from outside, he felt unusually calm inside. Task completed, he thought. What should I do next? The shadow lingered for a long time. The reflection of the young man in the window intertwined with her figure, but soon separated. Chapter 6 Lumina. After Li Duobo walked onto the street, his figure blended into the crowd. All transparent bracelet on the youth's wrist emitted a series of beeps. He tapped the surface and an invisible lens over his eyes displayed new information. Now that he had taken medicine and treated his wound, his heartbeat, blood pressure, and body temperature were stabilizing. Li Duobao came at just the right time, otherwise, who knew if he could have made it through. This meeting, he noticed Li Duobao wasn't wearing headphones. Apart from a phone and translator device, there was no other electronic equipment on him. The youth pondered for a moment before rapidly tapping away at his bracelet. The interface showed the results of his action's basic program, being replaced, changing encryption language from electronic intelligent to biological unit intelligent. He remembered an old study about biologically implanted communication systems. It had been discontinued after only a few years due to poor market reception, but he recalled that the database and biological component coding languages were open tandem useful. Please confirm language library code. Confirm biological element code. He skipped over the latter. Please wait. The original system cannot determine biological element code's decryption program. Extended by 25 minutes. The tenant in the adjoining room emerged from his sleep pod and glanced at the young man standing by the window. From a third-person perspective, he appeared to be lost in thought with only faint blue eyes. Colored crystal display lenses, like contact lenses, convenient but expensive and trendy. Earth was an old world compared to other planets. Few new things emerged here for years. The tenant quickly sized him up, then moved on without showing any emotion. Staggered by the collision, the youth watched as the tenant left before minimizing the decryption interface and turning his bracelet toward the sleep pod. Dai was convenient, valuable, and trendy. Earth was an old place compared to other planets. Like a withered elder who rarely saw new things, there hadn't been any advancements in technology for years, so few people used such gadgets. The tenant quickly sized him up before nonchalantly brushing past him as he left the room. Dai stumbled slightly but turned back and watched the tenant leave. He then minimized his decryption interface and pressed the wristband against the tenant's sleep pod. With a quick beep beep, the locked pod opened. A foul smell hit Dai's nose. Inside were wallets, ID cards, phones of all kinds piled in one corner of the bedchamber. So he was just a petty thief. Dai pulled down the black bag hanging on the wall and dumped out its contents before grabbing a few phones and IDs at random to stuff back into it. He closed his door and returned to his own sleep pod, shoving everything from there into the bag as well. As he tidied up, Dai wrapped thin metal threads around his wrist while checking for any. Finally, he grabbed a small bag with the pharmacy's name and address and stuffed it in his pocket before heading out quickly. The hallway was dimly lit. Information displayed within his line of sight appeared crystal clear, 6 coordinates constantly shifting. It was hard to see that these numbers were slowly converging towards Dai's own eta at the top of the screen. When he reached the 5th floor, footsteps and voices from below made him pause. Insurance companies are good places to work. Their investigators earn a lot, right? I heard you get 30% of what you save your company on each case, said the dormitory manager with a smile as he walked up the stairs holding a bunch of keys. But clearly his interlocutor wasn't interested in chatting, and gave him an indifferent reply. Before anyone else arrived, Dai turned to walk towards the end of the corridor, where there was a window, while tapping rapidly on his wristband. Display showed feedback results. Coordinates delayed 11 minutes 50 seconds. Determined monitoring shield still active. When two people came up, the hallway seemed empty and undisturbed. The investigator paused briefly, glancing back at the corridor, but saw nothing unusual before following the dormitory manager upstairs again. After a few steps, he stopped abruptly. A series of feedback results appeared on the display. Coordinate feedback delay has been set. All external devices will receive this bracelet's coordinate information 11 minutes and 50 seconds later. Determined that surveillance shielding is still running. The hallway was empty with no unusual signs. The investigator paused for a moment, turned around to survey the corridor thoroughly before continuing up the stairs with the dormitory manager. After taking several steps, he suddenly stopped again, turning back towards the end of the hall and walking quickly toward the window at its far end. Outside the window, on the flat roof of an adjacent building, sheets and blankets were drying in a colorful array. The windowsill was clean, showing no hand or footprints. The investigator lit up a cigarette, squinted his eyes as he looked up at the glass pane where his blurry reflection appeared. His deep ties and self-esteem gave him a tired but sharp appearance. He seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old. He ran his fingers through short hair before touching the window with one finger. Unlike the overly clean windowsill, this touch left thick dust on the glass. The dormitory manager caught up and asked, "What's wrong?" Shaking his head as he looked out at the closely packed buildings and their haphazard extensions, the investigator said, "Nothing." When they reached 801, the 10th sleep pod was wide open. It showed signs of recent use, bloodstains on the sheets, but no other clues. The investigator pulled out a handheld device to scan inside thoroughly for hours, but found no fingerprints or useful information from the bloodstains. Even the dead corners around the doorknob were spotless and hairy-free. At this moment, the sole tenant returned, eyeing them suspiciously. The investigator offered him a cigarette. "I'm here looking for your neighbor's kid. His dad is worried sick because he ran off in a fit of temper." The tenant didn't take it. Instead, he pushed it away and shuffled back to his sleep pod. The investigator put the cigarette away and pulled out his wallet, slipping 3 bills into the tenant's pocket. When the man stopped moving but still said nothing, the investigator added 2 more. The tenant finally spoke, around 10 or 11 years old. "Do you remember what he looked like?" "Some MULI black hoodie from 5,900 imperial currency for a limited edition of 4,000 across the empire. JU jeans, vintage 2011 model from an antique store at 12,000 won." The investigator put out his cigarette and took out a wallet, pulling 3 bills to stuff into the tenant's pocket. Though he had stopped moving, he didn't say anything. The investigator added 2 more before he spoke. "How old are you? Do you remember what he looked like?" The tenant was getting impatient. "MULI black hooded jacket, limited edition of 4,000 pieces, across the empire for 59,000. NEU denim jeans. Vintage from 10 years ago, lowest priced 12,120 credits and 20 credits, highest 19,000. He shoes with an assist system, highest with an assist system, high my assist system. High my Ascent sports line at 45 at 40,800 credits. 2 earphones in neon green self-notified. It's done well. Did custom made the value. It's capably wearing a personmanship and programming improvements." The dormitory manager whistled at the prices. "Why so expensive? They must be fakes." He then asked, "What about his looks? How should I know what he looked like?" The tenant sneered. He could rattle off how much everything on the boy was worth but had no idea what he looked like. The investigator didn't press further and jotted down what he said before asking, "Did anyone come looking for him?" "No," the dormitory manager immediately replied. "Earlier a young girl came to look for someone. She said her brother had run away from home. I thought it was this tenant's sister, so let her up here. But after searching around for a bit, she went back down saying she couldn't find him." She seemed to have gone off to another district. The investigator looked at the tenant. Were you there when the girl came? The tenant shrugged indifferently, his eyes on the wallet. The investigator gave in and handed over two more bills. He finally spoke up. Someone did come by, but I was sleeping. When I woke up, no one was here. What did he look like? Asked the investigator. The tenant looked at him mockingly. Didn't I just say? Do you think I'm a genius with an eidetic memory? He quickly stuffed the money into his pocket as if it were his last breath. The investigator didn't argue and turned to ask the dormitory manager again. He was just a little girl, said the dormitory manager, struggling for details. When I entered the sleep pod, no one was around. When I came out, there wasn't anyone to be seen. What did they look like? Asked the investigator. The tenant looked at him with a sneer. Didn't I just say that? Do you think I'm some genius who remembers everyone well? He didn't provide any useful information but quickly stuffed money into his pocket as if he wouldn't give it up for anything. The investigator let it go and turned to the dormitory manager instead. He was a small girl, said the manager. Describe her eyes. Round, long, big or small? Double eyelids or single? Is her nose high? What shape is her face? I can't remember. Oval, salt, maybe. She just looked really pretty. You should check the surveillance footage yourself. After a while, he added she had a scar on her forehead. The investigator frowned, though it seemed unlikely to him still. He pulled out a photo from his pocket and asked, Is this who you saw? When Li Duobao returned to the store, an insurance company's investigator was already there. Chen Zai, said the man with his notebook in hand. He scribbled something as he introduced himself. So you didn't know any of the thieves from yesterday? Yes, replied Li Duobao. Do you have any relatives on B2 planet? No. What's that place? Asked Li Duobao. It's a remote little world, said Chen Zai with an air of business as usual, but he looked tired and was very strict after putting down his pen. He lit up a cigarette and mumbled, It's just some no quiz station today. Then mumbled, It's just some no bastard they were fake. But there was a signature on the ship itself from an obscure repair shop in B2 planet that made itself from an obscure repair shop in B2 planet that made the planet that made it look real. It can be traced back to B2 planet. The ship was delivered December 12th, 50 among other pink monster who speak ancient human but died during an internal fight. Such a headache. Chen Zai sighed as he exhaled. Can you tell me more? Ancient human universal language. Back in the day, their boss was a woman who later died during an internal struggle. They dropped pink and renamed themselves Monster. The gang consists of 7 members. All transit charging stations along the route from B to Earth failed to capture any footage of them. None of the systems on any planet ever managed to get a glimpse. Chen Sa, could you go over what happened again? I already told the police. Li Duobao sat across from him with an unbothered expression. But could you please help me out? I need to report this back to my company. Chen Zai smiled at her amicably. Can't do anything about it. Let's go through the motions, and then we can wrap things up. After boss left, I was lying in bed watching the monitors when I fell asleep. When I woke up, there were people inside the store but no alarm went off when they broke in. She said, glancing at Chen Zai. She had seen the insurance company's name on all the monitoring equipment. Clearly these devices were provided by them. Chen Zai looked back at her with a somewhat awkward expression. She continued afterwards. I wanted to set off the alarm but considering how brutal they are. Didn't you know who they were? Chen Zai interrupted her. How did you figure out that they're notorious monsters known for their bloody methods? I don't know what monster means, she said, continuing, but when I woke up and heard them discussing previous cases, that's why I knew. She went on, with all other options failing me, I chose to climb out through the bathroom window. Did you see anything happen in the bathroom? Chen Zai asked. When I left, nothing had happened there yet, she replied. Bai Lai. Chen Zai stared at her. Usually a young girl would feel uneasy under such scrutiny after telling a fib, but not this one. Still a lie. Perhaps because she had faced off against abusers countless times in her home environment, she showed no fear toward authority. Others treated her with toughness and got tough responses rather than submission. Many kids from similar backgrounds end up like fright and mice wherever they go and rarely achieve anything. But she didn't. She sat there straight back, eyes shining brightly. It wasn't her, but it was still a lie. Maybe because she had faced the abuser countless times at home, she didn't show any fear towards authority. When others treated her with firmness, they only received an equally strong response rather than submission. Many children growing up in such environments tend to be like fright and mice wherever they go, and rarely achieve anything significant. But not her. She sat there straight-backed, eyes gleaming as if her upbringing had been no different from a happy home. Apart from visible injuries, it was hard for outsiders to see any trace of prolonged violence on her, as though she had made up her mind, determined not to let the circumstances leave any mark on her, neither submission nor change. But why? The sapling without good soil and enough space cannot grow straight. Why could she? What did he miss? Chen's eye took the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at Li Duobao through the smoke. I found an unconnected surveillance camera 3 blocks away that captured one of them for a long time. Li Duobao's heart skipped a beat. He pulled out his phone, showing it to Li Duobao. The monitor was placed in a street corner opposite a 8 next stall. At 12 minutes and 33 seconds into the footage, someone appeared on the other side of the road barrier. Tall and slender, dressed entirely in black with a hood covering his face, he leaned against the railing as if waiting for someone. After about 1 minute, he stood up and quickly left by getting into a car that was barely visible at the edge of the frame. No license plate could be seen. From then on, neither this person nor the vehicle appeared in any other surveillance footage. Though the image was blurry, anyone could tell it was a tall young man. This happened shortly before the incident. I believe they waited until late night when fewer people were around to act. The police records also show that all main perpetrators are over 30 except for one victim like you, who is relatively younger. Chen saw Fei, showing no signs of being coerced. After his question, Li Duobao stared at the repeating video clip with a strange expression as if seeing something puzzling. He waited until after the initial investigation before taking action. He had reviewed the police records and noticed that most of the main suspects were in their 30s or older, with only one younger victim, who was forced to join them. Then, why does it seem from this footage that he acted freely without any restraint? Chen Zhe asked with a smile as he observed Li Duobao staring intently at the repeating screen. His expression seemed puzzled, as if something had caught his attention. He followed her gaze and saw nothing unusual in the video. The person was leaning against a fence, fingers twitching slightly. Li Duobao clenched her fists inside her pockets but shook her head calmly. Her heartbeat quickened with each passing second. Then answer my question, Chen prompted. Maybe they had something on him. Li Duobao's voice sounded casual, though she was clearly uneasy. Chen Zhe raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Family? Friends? Safety threats? He could have reported it to the police and been rescued anytime. Maybe he felt the police couldn't solve everything. Li Duobao replied softly. Just like they can't fix what's happening in my family. Chen Zhe studied her intently, noticing a change in her demeanor after watching the video. But why? There was nothing out of place on screen. He regretted showing it to her too soon. Maybe he shouldn't have given her this information at all. Chen Zhe continued. According to reports from B to Star, there is indeed a young man in that 7-person team. From his bag, he pulled out a stack of documents and laid them on the table. There were no photos, only detailed personal accounts. He was adopted by the female leader back then. After she died from internal strife, he appeared publicly, but didn't seek revenge for her death. Instead, he stayed with Monster to participate in all their actions and managed everything related to information hacking databases, altering records, forging identities, controlling surveillance systems. As a cold-coded wolf, Chen Zhe said. Could the person you saw as forced be him? Li Duobao looked at the sketch of Lu Mia. He wore black hooded sweatpants and jeans with headphones on his head, standing around 6 feet tall, but there was no face to match the description. She was involved in all the operations, responsible for everything related to information. This included hacking databases, altering data, forging identities, and manipulating surveillance systems. She could be described as a ruthless wolf without any loyalty. Chen Sei raised his eyes. Did you see this? So the first participant. Li Duobao looked at the sketch in front of her. The person was wearing black hooded sweatpants and jeans. With headphones on, they were about 6 feet tall but had no face. Even though there weren't any features, it seemed as if he was staring right through the paper. Is this him? Chen Sei asked casually. No. Li Duobao replied calmly, without a hint of emotion in her voice. Chen Sei knew she would give that answer and smiled. Pulling out a copy of her police statement. Really? You said you were too hurried to see clearly when it happened. Why are you so sure now? After thinking about it later, the person who was kidnapped looked fatter. The body type is quite different from this one. Chen Sei studied her deeply and put down his cigarette, leaning back in his chair with a knowing gaze. Since you don't want to say anything, let me be clear. Li Duobao remained silent. Stop saying you haven't been there or that you didn't know about it. Chen's eye continued confidently, as he had just given her an opportunity out of pity. I saw the surveillance footage on my way back, and I noticed you were careful to avoid being seen. But once the dormitory manager confronts you, your story won't hold up. He might not remember exactly what you look like, but it's impossible for him to forget after such a short time. He looked at her with an expression that said only a full confession would earn leniency. I know everything now. When I arrived, you were just leaving. The other guy ran off, but you can't escape. He smiled again. You want to join the big league. You need a clean record. But as long as you're honest with me, I won't report on you. All I'm after is catching them and solving last night's case. Li Duobao was 16, but compared to all the other girls her age he knew. When I arrived, you had just left. He ran away, but you can't escape that easily. I advise you not to resist me. He smiled as he spoke. You're aiming for a top position in one great army, so any blemish won't do. But if you tell everything honestly, I won't report on you. All I want is to catch them and solve last night's case without ruining your life. Li Duobao was 16 years old, but compared to all the other girls her age he knew, she appeared more composed and self-assured. Chen Sei had reviewed the records after encountering that incident. She reacted swiftly, with every decision being the most correct choice at the time. Before receiving any information, Chen Sei believed that Li Duobao rushed back to alert the police because she wanted to save another kidnapped person. But upon reviewing her background and communications data from recent years, he began to doubt his initial assumption. Choosing to help a stranger when you are powerless requires immense courage. Few would act without hesitation. There must be more reasons fueling her bravery. Either she wasn't helping a complete stranger at all, or perhaps it was an inside job where she conspired with the intruder, and their meeting was no coincidence. But there was no evidence to support this theory. Chen Sei had investigated Li Duobao's background overnight, including recent call records and text messages for the past 2 years. All interactions were between classmates or family members, nothing suggesting any prior connection with Monster, which arrived on Earth just days before the incident. Li Duobao didn't have interstellar communication capabilities. She couldn't possibly know a boy from another star system, let alone conspire with him to commit this crime. Although the shop was well-known town, it was necessary for an inside job, so their meeting must have been purely accidental. Before showing her photo to the dorm supervisor, Chen Sei hesitated slightly, never expecting such certainty in his confirmation. Thus, he considered another possibility. During those brief minutes when the intruder ransacked the shop, she might have received help from him. It was likely that this assistance allowed both of them a fleeting bond, prompting her to concoct lies and save him from capture. This seemed like the most plausible explanation. She hesitated for a moment when she recognized him. Never did she expect the outcome to be so certain. So, after much thought, there was another possibility. During those few minutes he spent looting and ransacking the shop, he had helped her out once. It's very likely that his assistance allowed her to escape, creating a brief but deep bond between them. That's why she would help him concoct lies so he could evade capture and flee safely. This was the only reasonable explanation. But still, why did Lu Mingya help a stranger? Now this question didn't matter much. Chen-sei flicked out a fresh cigarette from his pack and tapped it on the table. I won't hold past events against you. You were touched by his sudden change of heart. I understand that, but think clearly. Chia's not a good person. He has no affection for those who raised him, and you only met once. Your future is at stake here. Now you'll ask again after you parted ways in the communal house. He then pulled out a sheet of paper and pushed it toward Li Duobao. They say your art skills are top. Pitching his likeness shouldn't be too hard. Liu Bao lowered her gaze to the paper before her. As Chen-sei said, she was quite skilled in drawing. Portraying the boy wouldn't be difficult for her. She reached out and touched the sheet of paper, envisioning the youth's features clearly in her mind. His name is Lu Mingya. Originally his name was Lu Mingya. Li Duobao slowly withdrew her hand. I didn't deny that I went to 80,110th. The dormitory staff has surveillance footage. They should be able to see me there. But after that, what you said, I don't know about it. Chen-sei sat up straighter with a stern look and opened his voice recorder. As an involved party, according to regulations, you have the obligation to cooperate in our investigation for insurance purposes. Do you understand, Li Duobao? Everything you say from now on will be recorded as evidence for compensation claims. Concealing facts would be considered fraud, which could lead to legal responsibility. So they were going to get tough. I understand, she replied softly. Let's go through this step by step then. Did you visit No. 80,110 in the Lim in communal house on Sansenhi Street today? Yes, I did. Why did you go there? Not only did I go to No. 121 but also all surrounding buildings. I was looking for someone. According to the facts, you will be seen as defrauding insurance money. You'll have legal responsibility for that. So it was time to get serious. I understand. So let's go through this step by step. Did you visit building 121 on Sanhe Street today? Yes. What were you doing there? Not just at building 121, but in all the community buildings around it. I was looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Li Duobao said seriously. What kind of a boy? Chen-sei looked puzzled. I plan to live with him someday, and so I went to find him. Her voice sounded calm and matters of fact. But there was an underlying sincerity in her words. Since she was very young, every time her parents fought, she would think about leaving this place one day to go find Di and be together, forever and ever. He played beautiful piano music with a gentle voice. He never hit anyone. Whenever she felt sad, he always comforted her even though they couldn't understand each other's words. But that didn't matter. She thought naively, we can create our own language anyway. It won't be too complicated. She could share the chocolate shield with him. If he liked it a lot and ate all of it well, that was okay too, because our little Oba is such a generous child, her grandmother always said. She often imagined what they looked like and how wonderful his life must have been. He had to be very handsome, living in a beautiful place. Maybe even with a house made entirely out of chocolate, or perhaps he was a prince who would suddenly appear one day from the sky and take her away forever from this infuriating life. In any case, he would treat her wonderfully well. So everything that happened before didn't matter. That man was like the dragon in fairy tales imprisoning the princess. One day, the prince would come to defeat him and give him his just punishment. She had thought so naively. She imagined that the man who would come into her life in a grand house, perhaps even be a prince, without her having to seek him out, he would suddenly appear before her one day from the sky and take her away forever from this infuriating existence. He would treat her very well indeed. So everything she encountered now didn't matter at all. That man was like the evil dragon in fairy tales that imprisoned the princess. Someday a prince would come to defeat him, giving him his just punishment. She had once thought so, but later on, she no longer held this belief. Perhaps because after each time he beat her for flimsy reasons, Dear remained but never came to save her. She had to face the reality that nobody was coming to rescue her, not even her beloved grandmother, who had passed away, leaving her with nowhere left to run to except herself. He wouldn't just appear out of thin air. He wasn't a prince either. He seemed more like a distant star in the heavens. She would have to work very hard and be incredibly brave, becoming better and climbing higher than ever before, until she could finally reach his hand. This was almost a faith for her, a belief that if she kept striving upward, one day he would appear and they would live happily together. Chen Zi's head was spinning. She wanted to live with someone who didn't even want to see her. What kind of nonsense was this? But when he saw the expression on Li Duobei's face, it wasn't a fake look at all. He had no doubt that if she were hooked up to a lie detector. It's just one boy. I met him once on a bus and then again outside school 2 days ago when something happened. If you check the surveillance footage, you should see it after leaving the school gate. He appeared on the street again. He seemed to have been beaten up by his workmates but was still comforting me without regard for himself. When I'm settled in my job, I want to find him. Liu Bei's eyes looked so sincere she wasn't blushing or stuttering. When she spoke about this, there was no shyness from the girl, it seemed natural to her before. I thought he might be a prince. But now I realize that maybe he is just as astute as me. We're both like dirty little stones in a muddy puddle, and neither of us wants to meet each other. Li Duobei's eyes were too sincere. Her face remained calm, her heart steady. When she spoke of this matter, there was no trace of shyness in a young girl. It seemed natural to her before. I thought he was a prince, but now I realize that perhaps he is just as down on his luck as me. We are both small stones at the bottom of a muddy pond, dirty and smelly. He didn't want to meet me like this, so he made sure I couldn't find him. She paused, her gaze falling upon the stained tabletop before her, but for none. Chen Zi was drawn in by her words and asked, "Strive for what?" As if you have some grand goal to fight for. It's not something big. But I must strive to learn more life better. Strive to do every little thing well that lies within my reach. She lifted her eyes, a calm expression on her face. Even squeezing toothpaste can have its champion. Folding clothes has its best. What kind of nonsense was this? Chen Zhou paused in surprise. By doing everything I can with excellence, she continued, I will become an even better person. Chen Zi had never heard such an absurd viewpoint before, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. Li Duobei looked at him calmly. Even if we are apart now for a short while, one day when both of us have grown and improved, we'll meet again and live happily together. Despite her grandmother's passing and mother's weakness, with daily beatings looming over her head, she never felt the world had abandoned her or that she was pitiful. For as long as there were voices to keep her company in the darkness, a glimmer of light would guide her forward towards brightness. This is what kept her from giving up. At this moment, a young boy who had been rushing through the crowd on the street suddenly stopped in his tracks, ignoring any potential pursuers behind him. Chapter 7: The Crime. Chen Zi leaned back against the chair and looked at Li Duobei with a puzzled expression. Is there really such a person? Yeah. What's his name? I don't know. She certainly had no qualms about speaking. Chen Zi stared up at the ceiling, trying to calm down from the surge of emotions. You plan on living together, but you don't even know his name or where he is. Li Duobei remained composed. Uncle, you wouldn't understand us, she said calmly. He leaned back in his chair and scrutinized the young girl before him. Is there really such a person? Man Xian. What's his name? I don't know. She was bold, wasn't she? Chen Zi tilted his head up to look at the ceiling, taking a moment to calm down from the bubbling rage inside. You plan on living with him, but you don't even know what he looks like or where he is. Li Duobei remained expressionless. Uncle, you just don't understand us young people. We can decide to spend our lives together after seeing someone only once or not at all. Chen Zi rubbed his face. Was it that he was getting old? Or had the new generation really fallen apart? Didn't you say he got hurt by a co-worker? Where does he work? Even if you don't know exactly where, shouldn't you have an idea of what kind of job he has? I didn't ask. He looked so beaten up. What does he look like? How long is his hair? Just like any other guy with average carriage length hair. Chen Zi watched her closely, knowing she wasn't giving him anything specific to help track the person down. She was making sure that what she said couldn't be disproven. Of course, everything coming out of her mouth was nonsense. If you keep this up, you'll have no choice but to hand over all my evidence to the police. His tone now carried a hint of threat. Evidence? Li Duobei asked. Your video only shows a young back. Since you say there's never been any information about Lu Mingya's appearance, how can you prove that it was just some random passerby? Your questions have always leaned towards confirming my role as an insider, but you don't actually have any solid proof. They sound more like excuses to avoid paying compensation. She looked so harmless. And I think if you had real evidence, you wouldn't be here talking nonsense with me today. The police should have come instead. Chen sighed and turned off the recorder. Alright, calm down, little girl. I won't play this game anymore either. Honestly, I'm quite certain it's him, but there's no way to prove that to the police. So as you said, I have nothing in my hands now. If you don't want to tell me the truth, our conversation is pointless. I closed the recorder and said, alright. Don't be so brusque, little girl. I won't play this game with you anymore. Honestly, I'm quite certain it's him, but I can't prove anything to the police. So, as you say, I have nothing in my hands now. If you don't want to tell me the truth, our conversation is pointless. I give up. But have you considered that he might just be a thief for me, but for Monster Inc.? Since one approach didn't work, I decided to try another. Appeal to emotion. He is young, and even if he took the wrong path, it doesn't mean death. He shouldn't silently perish on old planet. He pushed the paper with the sketch back towards Li Duobao. Think about this carefully. This might be his last chance. The young boy stood by a stall in the bustling market, picking out items while 6 people approached from all directions. He held a wooden doll and watched them with peripheral vision as Chen Zi's words paused his actions for a moment. Then he heard her clear voice. As an intelligent person, if he thinks that only the police can save him, he would definitely go to them. Since he hasn't done so, it means he has his own plans. The girl spoke in a regretful tone. Of course, this is just my guess. Although I want to help you, I really don't know anything about Lu Mingya. The boy's lips curled slightly as he paid and put the doll into his pocket. He stood tall among the crowd, whistling through his fingers when everyone had spotted him. Then he suddenly took off in the direction away from the market. Chen left the shop with a briefcase, feeling rather down. He came here to get an answer from Li Duobao, but now found himself more confused than ever. Standing by the door, he watched the video on his phone for a while. In just minutes, the boy had only been leaning against a street railing and tapping his fingers. What made Li Duobao suddenly become so firm? Clearly at first, even though she defended him, Chen stepped out of the shop, clutching his briefcase with a gloomy mood. When he had hoped to get answers from Li Duobao, but now found himself with even more questions. Standing at the door, Chen watched the video on his phone for a while. In just those few minutes, the teenager was seen leaning against a street railing and tapping his fingers. What could have made Li Duobao suddenly become so resolute? Initially, she had seemed uncertain but then became firm, as if recognizing someone. Chen knew right away that these two weren't strangers meeting for the first time. But why? How were they connected across such vast distances? How did she recognize him? It was even stranger that Lu Mingya didn't seem to be there just for her. If he had come specifically for her, wouldn't he have chosen a safer place rather than putting her in danger by robbing the shop here? It seemed more likely that he discovered Li Duobao's presence only after arriving. But if they were familiar with each other, why would such an error occur in this age of easy communication? Chen felt his head was about to explode like a comedy star's. The boss lady caught up and asked when the compensation would arrive. He mumbled something vague before rushing off, feeling that his status as the company's top investigator might be at risk. But once back in the car, an idea struck him. Since this approach wasn't working, perhaps it was time to change direction. Earlier, he had instructed the company's IT experts to examine in the spaceship. Both navigation and communication systems were manually deleted, making them unusable. The only person in Monster capable of doing that was Lu Mingya. He deliberately made the shuttle crash on Earth. But his adoptive mother had been dead for years. If he couldn't defeat 6 people alone and needed to bide his time, why no? Chen parked by the roadside again and turned around from the back seat to retrieve a thick folder filled with information about Lu Mingya. Lu Mingy's adoptive mother was named Mary, a white woman whose life had been quite extraordinary. She came from a large manufacturing family. He had been thinking about this for a while. His foster mother had been dead for so many years, and if he was truly outmatched by 6 enemies and forced to endure humiliation until the right moment came, why now? Chen Zong parked his car back at the roadside and turned off the engine before getting up from the passenger seat to retrieve a file box. Inside were thick stacks of documents all about Lu Mingya. Lu Mingya's foster mother was named Mary, a white woman with an extraordinary life story. Born into a powerful manufacturing family, she had lived like royalty across several planets. At age 13, she graduated first in her class from the prestigious Military Academy 1 and later transferred to Military Academy 1 and later transferred to Military Research Studies. 7 years after graduating, she joined the 3rd Division of the Chinese region's Military Research Department, known as 13 Bureau. She participated in Project Song Che-Yui before a rebellion on distant planets led to improper use of energy weapons. Following this incident, 13 Bureau was disbanded and the Imperial Research Department consolidated into one large division without further sub-departments. Mary's whereabouts remained unknown for years until a decade later, when B2 Planet saw the rise of an infamous criminal gang, called Pink Monster. In 1959, Mary died in an internal conflict within Pink Monster by February of the following year. 14 months later, Meng Mingya returned to B2 and joined Monster as one of its members. Now 19 years old, he had linked 6 people responsible for his foster mother's death to Earth. Before Lu Mingya arrived here, Earth appeared only once in each person's history. Mary's superior officer Song Shen-yi was from this planet. Chen Xi opened the file on Project Song Che-Yui. Inside there was a single sheet of paper with all its text blacked out except for some meaningless punctuation marks. Even when held up to light, it was impossible to discern what had been written underneath. This was everything Chen Xi could gather about Lu Mingya and his foster mother from the available resources. He couldn't shake off the case even after returning to his office. Standing by the window, he smoked one cigarette after another until dinner time when a colleague noticed him and said, "Come on. It's not that bad. You didn't lose much stuff if you can't find them. There's no way of getting full compensation anyway." "It's not about the money," Chen Xi replied with a sigh. All this was the information he had managed to gather from all available resources. Even after returning to his office, Chen Xi couldn't shake off his worries about the compensation case. He stood by the window and smoked one cigarette after another. At dinner time, a colleague noticed him and invited him to join them. "It's not that bad, right? You didn't lose much stuff, and even if you can't find who did it, the compensation won't be too high. At most, your bonus for this month is gone." "It's not about that," Chen Xi sighed deeply. He just felt, but he didn't explain further. Putting on his coat, he joined them in idle chatter as they headed down the stairs together. After dinner, they went to a bar and called over some girls and friends for drinks. They kept drinking until 1 o'clock in the morning. Although Chen Xi was still quite drunk by then, he had only started drinking heavily after 10 at night. So he was mostly sober now. He bid farewell to his colleagues and friends before taking one of the girls back with him. The girl was a bit tipsy, stumbling as she walked. But not enough to lose her senses. She clung happily to Chen Xi under the influence. Just when they were getting intimate, their phone rang from where it had been left nearby. The girl giggled and held his head down, reluctant to let him go. He didn't want to answer at first, but as the ringing continued, he struggled to sit up, saw the time on the screen, and recognized who was calling. His spirits lifted immediately. He pushed her aside and quickly answered. Weary voice came through. "There's a murder case in the Fugu I mentioned area of Dongkan suburb. 5 people died. It's related to what you're investigating. If you're interested, come take a look." Chen Xi felt a chill run down his spine. He had an odd idea and asked hurriedly before hanging up, "Who is the homeowner?" "Not sure yet," came the reply. But Chen Xi suddenly had an incredible thought in mind. He hastily dropped off the girl at her place and immediately turned around to head for Dongkan suburb. Upon arrival, he saw flashing police lights and cord and made so furious from a distance. This was a Haixingville, a district that had been there for quite some time. Initially, it housed leaders and wealthy tycoons. Later on, when they moved out to new districts, middle-distress families took over. There weren't many people around now, just a few servants sent by the homeowners to gather information. Chen Zhi didn't go in right away, but stood outside and asked some of the maids what's going on. It's quite scary, one housekeeper muttered back. Indeed. This place hasn't been lived in for years. It had been years since this place was inhabited by the elite and wealthy. Later, when the leaders and tycoons moved to new districts, middle-class families gradually took their places. At that moment, there weren't many onlookers. Those present were servants sent out by their masters to gather information. Chen Zhi didn't rush inside but stood outside, asking a few of the maids what's going on. It's pretty scary, one housekeeper muttered. You bet. This place has been empty for years. I saw someone coming and going this evening and was told it must have been my mistake. Is no one living in the house? Not for a long time. They say it used to belong to some big official's family, she said. An official from around here, huh? I don't know. What was his last name? Luo Song? It must be Song. He couldn't have guessed wrong. As soon as Chen Zhi had that thought, his heart raced. Soon after, the police officer who caught him arrived and led him inside. Chen Zhi tried to calm himself down. Is the homeowner named Song Xingyi? The policeman was surprised. Yes, how did you know? They say she's from the Imperial Research Institute. The chief said this guy is highly secure apparently. He died during a fraternity. He's considered a martyr. As soon as they entered the living room, an intense smell of blood hit them. 5 people were kneeling in front of a coffee table with their backs to the door, heads hanging limply on one side. Their necks had been completely severed, leaving only thin strips of skin connecting head and body. They bore visible wounds from horrific torture before death. A forensic assistant accidentally knocked over one victim in an instant. 6 bodies fell down with a thud, their heads rolling into the blood puddle, causing several screams from young women on site. Looks like these 6 were fighting among themselves after robbing someone. One of them killed the other 5. There are multiple sets of fingerprints and hair samples here, along with footprints. The killer's shoes appeared to be size 42 judging by the traces left behind. He was about 1.60 m tall, slightly plump. According to that girl Li Duobao, there should have been another boy victim like her, but we haven't found any evidence of him here yet. Chen Zi's eyelid twitched. A single figure had taken the place of these 5. The scene was littered with fingerprints, hair strands, and footprints, each pointing to a killer who wore shoes in size 40-2, standing around 6 feet tall and slightly overweight. According to that little girl named Li Duobao, there should have been another victim, a boy like her, but no trace of him could be found at the scene. It was likely they had disposed of this burden before their internal strife began after all. Chen Zi's eyelids fluttered several times. It looks as though there were signs of torture. Internal conflict, said the cop, pinching his nose. They probably tortured each other for passwords or something like that. They must have quite a bit saved up in those blacked banks on the fringes. He frowned and added, the killer fled after committing the crime. We've already issued an arrest warrant. He mumbled to himself as he looked at the coffee table. It's eerie how this photo is positioned. It looks like they were kneeling before it. Maybe that was intentional, Chen Zhi said. It doesn't seem likely, the cop replied, finding him amusing. Chen Zhi didn't press further and asked instead, how could one person have taken on 5 others? The cop shook his head. We don't have any clues yet. We'll need to wait for the autopsy results. Whether it was from the smell of blood or just discomfort after drinking. Chen Zhi felt queasy as he turned away from the scene and vomited outside the court and minus of area. No matter what conclusion the police reached, he knew clearly who had done this. Lu Mingya did it. The coffee table was a coincidence. Either there was a photo frame on top of it. Inside was an enthusiastic friend in military uniform and white coat, presumably Song Xingyi, if Chen Zi's guess was correct. Everything else was dirty except for this one clean strip, meaning that not long ago, A different photo had been placed beside Song Xinyi's picture. Though there wasn't any evidence, Chen Xiao knew with certainty this must have been Mary's photo. Now Lu Mingy's timeline became clear. After using the excuse of broken equipment to bring these people down to earth and needing time alone for preparation, it was obvious that scouting out was a valid reason. With this free time, instead of going to repair shops as expected, Lu Mingya had set up his plan. Mary's photo. Now it was easy to deduce Lu Mingya's timeline. The missing link had been found. Lu Mingya used the excuse of a broken instrument to bring these people to Earth and needed some alone time to prepare. Clearly, scouting for the heist was the most plausible reason. After getting this solo window, instead of visiting a repair shop, Lu Mingya set up her plan. Perhaps because she didn't have enough time to act alone, she proceeded with the robbery as planned. But when waiting for the other 6 people to pick them up, she inadvertently got caught on an offline camera, leaving behind that video clip of her back. It fell into his hands. Everything went off track after he discovered Li Doubao. He risked saving him, and fortunately, Li Doubao's return helped him escape from a deadly situation. After escaping, Lu Mingya retreated to the shared apartment for repairs and had ample time to complete her unfinished setup, leading to this gruesome crime. That was why she brought these people to Earth to make them kneel before Song Xinyi and Mary's corpse. This wasn't some internal conflict among 6 people. That plump murderer standing at 5'3" was just a scapegoat who might have died somewhere obscure long ago. Chen's turned around to look at the desolate villa. Amongst the bright and clean villas, this abandoned and old house stood out like an ominous shadow. The scene investigation had been completed one by one. The bodies were being carried away past Chenze. A wrist dropped from a deep wound on someone's arm. Landing beside him, the fingers looked twisted in grotesque shapes with no nails intact, quite horrifying to look at. As the assistant forensic examiner hurriedly picked it up, 5 tongues and vocal cords fell out of her bag. She was flustered, blushing fiercely as if about to vomit. Someone came to help her. Chen couldn't bear looking directly at these bloody remains and quickly stepped back. He could hardly imagine what kind of agony those people had endured before dying. He wondered what Lu Mingya earned from them. That person, still young yet capable of such actions, clearly overcame the strong with the weak and committed this heinous crime alone, regardless of mental strength. The girl's face was flushed, and she looked like she might throw up. Fortunately, someone came to help her. Chen Sai couldn't bear looking at the bloody stumps. He quickly stepped back a few paces. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain these people had endured before dying. He wondered what Lu Mingya had learned from them. This young man could do such things despite being outnumbered and outmatched, showing incredible mental fortitude and action. What should have been just a small robbery now felt eerie. As Chen Sai got into the car, he thought if Li Doubao's mysterious person was indeed Lu Mingya, then her hope come true would never come true. Because that person is a demon. Chapter 81. When Lu Maoang returned to her apartment complex, she met her father, Liu Deangji, coming down the stairs. She noticed that his hands were bruised from being held tightly. When she entered the home, it was in a mess as usual. The folding chair used for beating someone lay broken beside the door, its grip marks clear on Liu Deangji's hand. Maoang could imagine how loud her father must have been when he beat up whoever had come to their house. Surely everyone nearby heard him scream like pigs being slaughtered. Yet now, neighbors greeted him with smiles as if nothing happened. When Maoang got home, Limao was bruised around the mouth and cleaning up. There were still empty bowls on the table from Liu Deangji's meal before he left. It seemed that after the beating, Li Ma had cooked for him. Only then did he leave with a full belly. Seeing her return, Li Ma turned back to silently continue tidying up. Her husband and daughter went looking for Li Doubao at school, but missed catching her as she ran away. On his way home, Liu Deangji's face was grimy, twitching in the corners of his eyes. Feeling humiliated by what happened outside, he remained irritable and prone to rage for days afterward. Every day brought another fit at home. Mixed at Li Mao with mixed emotions and said quietly, "My dad mentioned that the corner of his eye was twitching. We should take him to see a doctor tomorrow." It probably wasn't serious, perhaps just from liver fire or lack of sleep after beating someone late into the night. But when Lima heard this, she grew anxious. Did your father mention it? Is it serious? Her own mouth still had blood on it. A few days later, her temper hadn't cooled. If anything, it had grown even more irritable. Every day she would go off in a fit at home. Mo-on looked at Aunt Lee with mixed emotions and said after a moment of silence, I met my dad downstairs today. He mentioned that his eyes are twitching, so he's going to the hospital tomorrow. It was probably just liver fire or from staying up late beating someone. But when Aunt Lee heard this, she grew anxious. Your father didn't mention it. Is it serious? She still had blood on her lips, but snapped back at her. Are you stupid? You got beaten like that and he doesn't even take you to the hospital. But his eyes twitch a little, and off he goes. Does he even care about you? How can you talk to me this way? Aunt Lee started crying softly, muttering through sobs how she had listened to Lu Dong's words, how bad was how often he hit her, never gave any money for the household expenses, and hadn't given her a kind look since they got together. She talked about all the hardships she'd endured. Mo-on didn't have patience to listen. She turned around and went into her room, packing up her things without paying attention to Aunt Lee's complaints. She had heard these stories countless times before. Her aunt even came over once to scold her father, but Aunt Lee rushed forward, shielding him while pleading with her aunt. She cried out that it was okay, acting like her aunt was a living demon come to cause trouble in their home. Privately, she told Malone, don't bother with your parents' squabbles. They won't get divorced anyway. She'll still take care of you and feed you. As Malone grew older, curvy and beautiful, Lu Dong developed other thoughts about her and rarely hit her anymore. He would even give her a lecherous smile from time to time. Every time Aunt Lee cried, she felt nauseated because she couldn't forget the way Aunt Lee had seen him block her in their room but retreated into the main bedroom. If not for her climbing onto the windowsill and threatening to jump out of fear that Lu Dong would be scared off, who knew what might have happened? Afterward, he didn't stop his intentions, but each time it was a close call thanks to Aunt Lee's interference. Now, thinking about how distracted his eyes looked when she met him downstairs made her shiver with unease. Her hands moved faster as she packed up her things. Even though she was in the living room, she could hear Aunt Lee droning on and on about going to school to find little Opal. She couldn't even imagine what would happen next. Although he hadn't given up hope, Li Duobao had always managed to cause trouble. But things were still turning out okay so far. Now, thinking about Lu Dong's distant gaze, when they met downstairs made her shiver with fear. Her hands moved faster as she packed up her belongings. Even though she was in the living room, she could hear Li Mao talking incessantly about going to school to find Li Duobao. Soon enough, Li Mao started complaining about how hard life was. Another electricity bill is due. The power went out this morning, and we've been cut off once already. I don't even know how to use those apps on my phone. After saying that, Li Mao waited for a response from Malone. Man Chowket held her paycheck. The 15th of every month was payday. Li Mao wasn't just talking today by chance. She knew exactly what she wanted and didn't expect an answer. Standing outside in the living room, Li Mao listened intently but heard only rustling as things were packed up. When there was no response after a while, she said again, the meter reader is coming around this afternoon at 2:30 to disconnect our power if we don't pay up on time. Your dad will be home for dinner tonight and won't have any way to cook without electricity. Money's tight right now. When Li Duobao dropped a coin, your father picked it up but didn't leave even 1 cent for the house. We've been married so long, and he only gave me money once on New Year's Eve when we had no food at home and I was broke. Knew this story by heart. The same old complaints repeated over the years like a broken record. When Malone came out, Li Mao was sitting on the couch with tears streaming down her cheeks. She looked so frail, but this pitiful sight had been familiar to Malone for more than 10 years. It was hard now to feel as sympathetic and caring as she once did. Only when Li Mao finished crying and saw Malone carrying a suitcase did she realize what was happening. Startled, she jumped up. Where are you going? Malone didn't answer her. Instead, she pulled the suitcase towards the door. Li Mao lunged forward to grab it, but almost reflexively pushed her away with surprising strength. But Li Sheng mustered some courage and clung onto Montu on this time, refusing to let go. She wailed, "Wait until your father comes home. How can you just leave like this?" She suddenly stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" Mao Long didn't answer her. She simply dragged the suitcase and walked away. Mrs. Li rushed forward to grab the handle of Mao Long's suitcase. Almost instinctively, she pushed Mrs. Li aside with extraordinary strength. But Mrs. Li found a surge of courage and climbed back up, gripping Mao Long's arm tightly this time. She wailed loudly, "Wait until your father comes home. Talk it out with him first. How can you just leave like this?" Despite her frail appearance, she exerted an incredible force in the struggle. Mao Long remained silent, ignoring Mrs. Li's cries as they fought fiercely for a while. In the end, Mrs. Li was no match for Mao Long's strength and was pushed away to fall on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mao Long, with disheveled hair, dragged her suitcase and bolted out of the door. She ran down 3 or 4 floors before she heard Mrs. Li's cries trailing behind, sitting in a stairwell, wailing loudly, "What are we going to do without you? Are all of us trying to kill me?" But none of their neighbors even bothered to open the door and ask what was happening. The family's drama had long grown tiresome for everyone else. Afraid that Mrs. Li would catch up, Mao Long took a deep breath and hurried down the stairs. She encountered her neighbor coming back with garbage bags, who cheerfully greeted her going out. Ignoring her messy hair and clothes as well as the piercing cries from upstairs, she smiled at Mao Long. Mao Long nodded and quickly walked away with her suitcase in hand. After some time, Mrs. Li finally stopped crying and sat there dazed for a long while. The neighbor came up to console her. "It's no good sitting here and crying. Talk things out calmly as a family." When she didn't move, the neighbor let it be. Such incidents happened, and frequently people had grown weary of them. Mrs. Li wanted to pour out her heart but found herself unable to do so. She stood up dazedly, returned to the living room, and looked around at the silent house in a trance. After a while, she rallied and picked up her phone. But when Lily called multiple times with no answer and sent messages without response, Suddenly, she wondered if her daughter really didn't want anything to do with her anymore, and would never come back. That wasn't likely. But even the extreme words, "You're trying to kill your mother," got no reply. Her heart sunk more and more. What should she do now? But after making dozens of calls, all went unanswered. Thinking back to the look her utterly doable gave before running away yesterday, Mrs. Li felt a chill in her heart. Suddenly, it occurred to her that perhaps her daughter really didn't want her anymore and would never come back. Was this possible? Even the extreme words, "Are you going to drive your mother to death?" had not elicited any response. Her anxiety grew with each passing moment. What should she do now? She sat there for a while, then got up to smooth out her heading outside. At the door, however, she paused and retreated back to the mirror, amusing up her already disheveled hair even more. When she encountered several neighbors on her way out, they greeted her with polite smiles but paid no attention to her busy appearance. This left her feeling somewhat dejected. At the local police station, a young woman at the reception desk saw her and immediately walked away. Another was a male officer who seemed puzzled by his colleague's reaction. He was new here and had never met Mrs. Li before. He adopted an official tone as he asked, "What can I do for you?" "My daughter is missing." Mrs. Li began to speak, but soon choked up. "I must have done something terrible to deserve this." The officer quickly came over and guided her to sit down on the side. "When did she go missing? How old is your daughter?" Mrs. Li had been beaten earlier that day. Now, overwhelmed by grief, she found the outlet for her pent emotions. "It's not really her fault. Her father loves to hit people. And I was naive back then when I was just a teenager." She started recounting how she first met Lu De Angji. The female officer returned as Mrs. Li was talking about all the hardships she endured during childbirth with Duobo. The woman turned around and went back to her post without another word. Soon after, the male officer came back from fetching tea and whispered a question over at the desk. "There are still such cases in our area. We never really took care of them. It sounds pretty grim." The female officer slammed down her cup on the table with a bang. "Of course we take care of it. A few years ago, he broke his little daughter's leg and had to put her in plaster for an entire month. When she came here seeking help, I detained her. Then there was hell to pay. My superiors gave me a good scolding, saying that I'm just a dumb fool. The male officer quickly said with a sound, "Shh, keep your voice down." The female officer slammed the water cup on the table with a boom. How could it be that I didn't handle this? Here years ago, she broke her little daughter's leg and had to put her in plaster for an entire month. When I detained her, she rolled around crying and screaming right here in the hall that night. My boss gave me a good scolding. Apparently, I'm just an idiot. The male officer hurriedly said, "Shh, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, they'll criticize us again." The female officer was hot mean telling the truth. Last year, when her new neighbor tried to help by pushing her husband away from a fight, she showed up at their door crying that he couldn't work anymore because of it and that there wasn't any rice or vegetables in her house. They gave her $100 just to get some peace. In the afternoon, I saw him jumping around like nothing happened. The male officer hesitated. She has her own troubles. She's met someone who isn't good for her, and she doesn't have the ability to stand on her own. Last year, when the Women's Federation found a job washing dishes for her, considering her condition, all they asked was that she put bowls in a dishwasher at a small shop with not much traffic. She refused even that, said the female officer impatiently. The male officer muttered, "Sometimes we expect too much from those who are weak. Isn't it because they can't easily do what others can that they become weak?" He added, "We should still help her." She smiled at him. "You're in more understanding." He took a cup of tea to the interrogation room and handed it to Mama, looking frail and pitiful. Glancing at the clock, he saw she had been there for over 2 hours without stopping her complaints. He gently tried to get her back on track several times, but in vain. Every time she got started again, she would veer off into more tales of woe. It was almost shift change now, so he interrupted her rambling. "Tell me clearly how old your child is, what his name is, where he goes to school, and when exactly this happened." She replied that Li Duobo was 16 years old and had not wandered off but simply didn't want to come home. This made it harder for him to handle the case. He knew she wasn't entirely right. She continued to lament her own misfortune and the wickedness of Lu De-Angji, but it was almost time for him to relieve his shift. So he interrupted her while she was speaking. "Tell me clearly how old your child is, what their name is, where they study, and when they disappeared." Upon questioning, Li Duobao turned out to be 16 years old and had not gone missing but was unwilling to return home. That made the situation tricky. The male officer felt that she wasn't entirely right at 14, a chance considered an adult. Strictly speaking, we can't force someone who has their own will to stay somewhere they don't want to be. That would be illegal detention, wouldn't it? Then what do you plan on doing? We can only try talking with him, said the male officer. Seeing her about to cry again, he quickly held up his hand. "Let me call him first. See how he responds, okay?" He dialed from another room and closed the door before making the call. "Major," woman answered. "Who is this?" "Li Duobei's working." When told it was a police officer, she shouted into the phone, "Li Duobao." Soon after, someone ran over with quick steps. A youthful voice responded, "Hello?" The officers explained the situation and asked where he was, what he was doing, and if he had somewhere to stay. On the other end of the line, the teenage girl remained cautious, not revealing her location but countered as an adult, "Do I have the right to decide where I live?" Caught off guard by this question, the officer hesitated before saying, "You're still young. Besides, don't you need your family as support for school? Your situation is quite clear to me and I understand how you feel. But think about it, this will only last a month or so. As far as I know from talking with your parents, you just finished 9th grade and are soon entering university. Wouldn't coming home first be better? You can talk things out calmly. Your mother has been crying for hours because she's worried about your wealth. Would she look for you?" There was silence on the other end of the line before the girl finally spoke. "After graduation, I will take responsibility for her. College was just around the corner. You should go home first and talk things out with your family," he said. "Your mom has been crying for a long time, worrying about you. What else could she do? If not for her, why would she look for you? The girl on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before saying, "After I graduate, I will take responsibility for taking care of her, but until then, I won't see her again." The policeman frowned. This kid seemed too cold when hearted. Back in the interrogation room, facing Lee Mama's earnest gaze, he felt deeply guilty. Lee Mama saw that he had no news and couldn't help but weep bitterly. Why did her daughter become like this? Wasn't she trying to kill herself? He tried to comfort her for a long time. "Don't worry too much. I see that she's working in an honest shop, has somewhere to stay, and is safe. It's not far either. It sounds like it's within the city limits." Then he added, "Maybe you caused some misunderstanding last time when you went looking for her and picked up her money. Send more messages explaining things clearly. She worked hard for months. Surely as parents you wouldn't waste all that effort on yourselves, but save it for her tuition fees. Your family situation is complicated. She might not understand everything, so talk to her properly." Lee Mama felt a bit guilty and didn't look at him or mention the money she had already used to pay off debts, and what Ray Dao-young took. She just vaguely said, "Of course, she doesn't answer calls. Send more text messages," he advised. "She needs money for school. Even if it's through a loan, her parents have to sign off on it." Lee Mama felt somewhat reassured hearing this, but insisted that the policeman check where Li Duobao was working. Seeing him hesitate, she knelt down and began banging her head against the floor. The policeman quickly pulled her up. "Get up." But how could she get up? She wiped away tears and snot with one hand as if dying to live. It left everyone at a loss. The policeman looked at her. The male police officer didn't know the full details, but he estimated that it was probably something like this. Mrs. Li felt a bit more at ease when she heard him say so. However, no matter how hard she tried to persuade him, she insisted on asking the police officer to check where her son worked. Seeing his hesitation, she knelt down and pounded her head against the ground repeatedly. The police officer hurriedly pulled her up. "Get up first." How could she get up? Her nose was running, tears streaming down her face as if she were dying. Moved by her pitiful state, he thought that since she had no ill intentions and was after all her own daughter, he should try to help. He said, "You'll see what I can do." Me finally got up. After leaving the interrogation room, the police officer scratched his head in confusion. How could he check? He could only rely on phone location services. Though going through procedures was complex, getting this information was difficult with a bit of maneuvering. But after fetching the location data from another department, he hesitated for a moment. It was just a brief pause because even though she had turned 16 and technically an adult, in his eyes, she was still just a child. Children should have homes. Even if they were shabby ones, at least it would be better than having no home at all. There are no bad parents under the sun. This was a universally acknowledged truth. Mrs. Li emerged from the police station with gratitude and excitement etched on her face as she clutched tightly to the paper slip in her hand. As soon as she stepped out, she hurriedly sent a message to Lu Deangji, bumping into someone while apologizing without looking up. The black-clad teenager who was bumped past mid-main step. He carried a large backpack and wore dark jeans with a black hooded jacket over his head. Wireless earphones emitted a faint green glow that illuminated the cold side of his face. Compared to before, he looked even worse now, pale as death. Lips tinted blue, his palms bore deep cuts across them, new wounds that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He paused and then followed her back. Lu Deangji received a message during lunch when he was having dinner with friends at a restaurant. While working in sanitation, they had become acquainted. After being targeted by the team leader, he quit but still occasionally met up with them for gatherings now and then. After checking his phone, he complained to his friend, "My kid is so disobedient. She eats well and has everything she needs, yet as soon as something goes wrong, she runs away from home." His friend didn't quite understand the situation. "You're too indulgent with her. Kids need discipline even if you love them dearly. I think your temper is just too good." Reaching for his phone, he complained to his friend over dinner, "My kid just won't listen. I feed her and clothe her, but the moment she's unhappy, she runs away from home." His friend chimed in without fully understanding the situation. "You're too indulgent with her. Can't let a little girl get away with everything because you owe her. You should have stood up to the captain when he said Aichi this, which your shift around. Looking me condonest, replied, I could quit if I had to. He sat there awkwardly, hands fidgeting as he spoke. You're just too gentle, the friend said. Dao Young chuckled and turned off his phone before heading out to return a call. When it came to finding Li Duobo's whereabouts, Dao Young wasn't overly concerned. He simply told her mother over the phone she'll come back once she's had enough of this, but he did question why she let Mo on leave. What kind of person are you? How could you just let her go like that, even if she isn't your blood? He didn't listen as the mother replied instead. He cursed angrily. She's learned bad habits from Li Duobo. You gave birth to such an ungrateful brat. A lowly creature who doesn't speak up for herself. His knuckles turned white with clenched fists. Suppressing his anger, he rushed back to the restaurant and paid the bill quickly. It's just a few $100. You'll take care of it. He then headed straight toward Milan's workplace. Hanging up the phone, Li Duobo's mother felt anxious and indignant but dared not argue back. Now she was worried would her daughter really stop coming home. True, Milan brought in money while Li Duobo spent it, and there were significant expenses ahead with school tuition. She understood why Dao Yong was as enthusiastic about finding her. But she was still her biological child. Without her, how would she manage? What hope did she have left? Li Duobo had always been stubborn since childhood. If she truly cut ties with her mother now, she was trying to take away her life. The thought weighed heavily on Li Duobo's mother. Many treasures, but Li many treasures spent it generously. And now that she had been accepted into school, there would be even more expenses ahead. She understood why Yu De-Angji wasn't as enthusiastic anymore. But after all, she was her own flesh and blood. Without her daughter, how could she survive? Li Many Treasures had always been a stubborn child. If she really decided to cut ties with her mother now, what would happen then? She wanted to break my heart. Thinking of this, Li Meng couldn't help but feel sorrow rise in her chest. And regret washed over her. On that night when Li Many Treasures left, she had gotten up intending to stop her. Only for Lu De-Angji, who was startled awake, to pull her back and tell her not to interfere. She should have stopped her then. If she could just calm down the girl's temper temporarily. Once this storm passed, everything would be fine again. Life would go on as usual. It wouldn't end up like this now. After much thought, there was no solution but to head for the bus stop. Over at the police station, a female officer came out of the restroom just in time to see her male colleague chatting idly with a co-worker from another department. The child doesn't understand how hard it is on their parents. Yes, indeed, said the other department staff sympathetically. You're really dedicated. Others wouldn't bother handling such matters. The female officer felt something was off and asked, what's going on? What did you do? Upon hearing that he had helped check an address, she immediately fell silent. Aren't you breaking protocol? She said with a sigh. If anything happens to the girl later, who will take responsibility? I'm already assigned to work under your supervision. You should understand me, but don't create trouble for me. The staff from another department tried to mediate. There's nothing serious. What could possibly happen? The male officer couldn't hide his embarrassment. She came here and you didn't even receive her properly. Now I'm doing something wrong. The boss assigned us to work together as a newcomer. I should follow your lead. But we are colleagues after all. Do we have to talk like this? The female officer went over to another department to ask for the address and then left with hat in hand. The male officer was supposed to go after her, but now he felt angry too. He sat coldly at his desk. Seeing things might escalate further, some regretted helping check the address and tried to smooth things out. Forget it. You should hurry over there if something happens. Won't this be a bigger issue? Besides, you were well paying attention, but this does go against regulations. I know it doesn't comply with rules, he said. But the situation is indeed. The officer asked for the address and then put on his hat to leave. The male cop should have followed, but at this point he was steaming. He sat down coldly behind the desk. His colleague felt worried about a bigger commotion and regretted helping with the search. Forget it, he said hurriedly, trying to calm him. She's just like that. You better go over there quickly if something happens. Won't this blow up? I know it's not in line with the rules. But she looks so pitiful and her child is still young. We should handle special cases specially. If we just ignore them when people have problems, what will happen then? They rely on us. How would they manage without us? All right, don't worry too much. Seeing him speak this way, the colleague smiled and went back to his office. The male cop sat for a while until he calmed down. He decided to leave the rest of the work to other colleagues and rode off on his scooter towards the address. Because there was an error in the map coordinates, initially he tried following them, but soon found himself at a busy intersection where crowds were gathered around the scene. He quickly drove closer, parked by the roadside, and squeezed through to see Mrs. Lee kneeling outside a mobile phone repair shop, hugging a girl's leg tightly while the female officer was trying to pull her up. Have your say in our office, she shouted loudly. Bring your daughter with you, is that okay? We can sort things out properly there. What good does it do for you to kneel here and hold onto her? But without help, the woman's strength wasn't enough. Lee refused to budge, clinging tightly to the ground and crying, I'm on my knees now, please come home. Whatever you say is fine as long as you return. Your father and I worry about you so much when you're alone outside. We're a family. If this continues, won't our family fall apart? People will talk about your being from a divorced family, which isn't good for you in the future. Li Jiubao had already experienced kneeling once before, but now he felt his blood rushing to his head. The male officer couldn't help. That's just the way it is, as long as you come home. You're all alone out there. Your father and I are so worried about you. We're a family. If this happens to you, won't our family fall apart? People will talk about you being from a divorced household. Even when you get married later on, people might not think well of it. Li Jiubao had already been down on her knees once before, yet now she felt blood rushing to her head. The male police officer never thought that the girl could be Li Mama's daughter. Is she really Li Jiubao? But they didn't look much alike at all. Li's sobs were truly heart-quenching. Even passers-by couldn't help but feel indignant. Someone shouted loudly, it must be her mother. It's not a big deal anyway. What's the point of this? Another person whispered sarcastically. In olden times, something like this would have been considered divine punishment. But Li Jiubao just stood there, pale-faced and staring at the buttons on the policewoman's uniform without looking around. Her body swayed with each tug from her other, almost falling to the ground several times. Yet she seemed determined and not to fall no matter what. Not in front of these people, who were accusing her so harshly. As if by standing this way, she could declare something to the world. The policewoman grew irritated and suddenly let go. It's your deal. Honestly, I understand why your daughter doesn't want to come home. What kind of family is that anyway? Why are you holding on to it? Are you crazy? Your daughter just wants to save face for you by not talking about those household matters in public. But aren't you making yourself look like a saint? Li Mama's face flushed red from the movement, although she was skilled at complaining. Her words failed her. She looked flustered and said through tears, what are you saying? I'm doing it all for her. Then tell me this, the policewoman asked sharply. You reported that your daughter left in the middle of the night today. Why didn't you stop her when she was leaving? She her father. The policewoman probed. So he doesn't want you to stop her. It's his own daughter walking out at midnight, a little girl with nowhere to go. Did you ask where she spent the night or if she was hungry and scared? Did he even allow you to send messages? Li Mao misstammered. Her father beats me. Wan Le分语第782章译者 The conversation turned back to this place once more. The female officer felt drained. Accepted scrutiny and commentary from all directions with an unusual calmness. Such was how things unfolded every time she tried for a sincere talk. She had known it would be like this. In class, her logic teacher said that everything could be explained clearly logically so. But really, she felt as though the teacher lived in another world. In her own world, Everyone was perfectly self-distant and unyielding no matter how hard you tried to persuade them. Even if she used all of her energy for a lifetime, nothing would change, and the righteous comments from passers-by were truly annoying. Before, she had cared deeply about what others thought, feeling ashamed when they spoke ill of her or saw her in distress, but now suddenly it didn't matter anymore. What did these foolish people think? How important was that? I haven't done anything wrong, she said calmly. When the male officer noticed her looking around and then focusing on him for a moment, he thought she might be addressing him directly. He felt oddly embarrassed. After all, this whole situation had been his fault. But soon enough, he realized she wasn't actually looking at him. Turning to look around again, he immediately spotted a hooded youth standing just one person away from where he was. The boy stood in the crowd, gazing intently towards Lei Duobao's direction. Two pairs of eyes met across the bustling throng. Lei Duobao stared back without wavering, no longer looking elsewhere. Then she loudly repeated her words. I haven't done anything wrong. She hadn't. She wasn't being unkind to her mother, she simply refused to be weak anymore. Perhaps it was not something to take pride in when she had turned against her mother and left the family that raised her, but she wouldn't feel ashamed for knowing how to escape and protect herself. Convincing herself that no matter what others thought of her, she shouldn't back down or doubt herself, she told herself they were just fleeting clouds in her life. Not important at all. Because there would always be someone who understood someone like the female officer or the boy looking at her now. At this moment, a commotion arose within the crowd. The male officer was the first to notice something amiss. He saw another man dressed in black approaching from the other side of the throng towards him and, watch her, don't back down. Don't doubt yourself or worry about what others think. They are just fleeting clouds, meaningless and unimportant. Because there will always be someone who understands she hasn't made a mistake. Like the female cop, like those watching her. At this moment, murmurs ripple through the crowd. The first to notice something amiss is the male police officer. He spots a man in a black suit moving towards him and the boy from another direction of the throng. The face seems familiar, someone he might have met earlier while investigating an insurance claim at the precinct. Chance catches sight of him too, urgently signaling with his eyes before rushing toward the encircled youth. But just then, Lei Duobao seizes her mother is momentarily distracted. She lets out a loud shout, run, and swiftly breaks free from their grasp, dashing off into the crowd. The agile girl responds instantly, sprinting in the opposite direction with grace and speed that seems to defy time itself. Charge! All around her fades away the sound of the bustling street, the distant shouts. Lei Duobao hears only the thunderous pounding of her heart, as it echoes like a mighty river within her chest. She calls out loudly against the wind, did you see? I'm Lei Duobao, beautiful and fierce, nothing can bring me down. So don't worry about me, stop taking risks for my sake. Though no one hears her words, she believes he must be able to sense the strength in her voice, save vibrant energy that speaks volumes. The streets are abuzz with exclamations of surprise. Lei Duobao runs on without looking back, not caring if her mother follows or lags behind. She sprints faster than ever before, pushing herself to new limits. But she knows this won't last forever. When the time comes for her to face the tangled web of family ties with enough wisdom and strength, she will no longer be timid like in a dream. She'll stop running, turn around boldly, and confront it head-on more confidently than ever before. Chapter 9, Li Valley. Chen chases after Li Mingyao through 11 bustling streets until he loses sight of her amidst the throng at the crowded market. The male police officer arrives half an hour later, panting heavily as he collapses onto the ground, exhausted beyond measure. Watch! She had lived through enough to clear the debts and grudges in her veins. With sufficient strength, she wouldn't be as weak as she was in her dreams. She would stop, turn around suddenly, facing it with more poise than ever before. Chapter 9, Li Valley. Chen Zai chased for 11 blocks until he lost sight of Lu Mingyao amidst the bustling crowds at a crowded market. A male police officer arrived half an hour later, panting heavily and collapsing onto the ground, truly exhausted. Seeing Chen Changji's flushed face, he was bewildered. What kind of people were these? When he saw that they hadn't caught up to their target yet, he was even more shocked by Lu Mingyao's stamina. He asked between breaths, "Is this a fraud case? Should we check the surveillance cameras?" With nothing to lose, Chen Zai accompanied him to the Safety Bureau's monitoring center. As expected, all footage showed only his and the police officers' sprinting figures. They could see something pushing through the crowd ahead of them, but no clear evidence of Lu Mingya. How did he do it? The information management staff looked grim as they hurried off to the technical center with their findings. When they returned, their faces were even more grave. He might have added himself to the highest security level directory, but I don't have permission to monitor such individuals. Can we just remove him from that list then? The information management staff shook his head. We don't have the authority. The local information management office only had the power to operate and maintain equipment. All functions, like issuing warrants or alerts, required higher formal approval from the central headquarters in the Imperial Star. By the quarters in the Imperial Star, intruding into a safety bureau system was no small feat. The information management staff frowned. Are you sure he isn't on that list? Sure. Do you have proof? This kind of thing needs evidence. Otherwise, we might make a mistake. You should report his crimes to the local police station first, said the information management officer. Exiting the Safety Bureau's monitoring center, Chen Zai bid farewell to the male police officer and took a deep breath as he looked at the bustling streets, suddenly inspired. Now Li Dubao was their only lead in catching Lu Mingya. If they found no trace of them knowing each other on him, report it formally. And if there's a mix, Chen file a report at the local police station based on his criminal acts, someone from information management suggested. Exiting Security Bureau's surveillance center, Chen Zai bid farewell to the male officer with a long sigh. He looked out at the bustling street scene and suddenly felt inspired. Now, Lead IUB was the only clue leading to Lu Mingya's whereabouts. But if there were no signs of them knowing each other on her person, could it be related to her family? Chen Zai activated his personal terminal. His insurance company had a long-standing cooperative relationship with Earth's local security department. Being a top investigator came with perks like access to the information database under the guise of an assistant investigator. Although Altichidi already checked once before, Chen Zai couldn't shake off the feeling that he might have missed something. He projected his terminal's screen onto the visor shield, went through each detail meticulously, but found nothing significant until he paused on a name: Li Gu, Lei Yu's grandmother and matriarch of her family. The name didn't ring any bells for him, yet died on January 12, 59 seemed familiar. That they saw countless births and deaths across the empire. But one particular death was linked to Lu Mingya. His adoptive mother Mary had died in an internal conflict that same day. Could it be a coincidence? Chen Zai clicked on Li Gu's name, and another page loaded with her detailed records. Her departures for property purchases, salary details after moving to work on the Imperial Star, even monthly bank statements and receipts of books purchased at various bookstores. Every detail was meticulously recorded until her final hospital bills before she passed away 70 years ago. The information covered every aspect of Li Gu's life without any anomalies. Yet this completeness seemed that Earth's information system was as outdated and cumbersome as the planet itself, requiring him to piece together data from multiple databases in the past. But for Li Gu, everything appeared seamlessly connected with just a few keystrokes. The search results were meticulous, revealing almost every detail of the old lady's life. But this was precisely where things became unreasonable. Everything was too detailed for comfort. Earth's information systems were as outdated and complex as Earth itself, lacking scientific precision. Previously, he had to sift through various independent databases to compile a complete profile on someone. Just by entering the keywords, all the details appeared before him. Even erroneous transaction records under her name, categorized as cash payments, showed up in her linked accounts clearly obtained from tax inspection department's data retrieval of merchants. The investigators must have put a lot of effort into this. The only evidence linking these transactions to the old lady was a scribbled signature on one payment slip, a photo that still managed to be discovered despite not being searchable. This indicated something significant. Someone had already done an exhaustive investigation on her, leaving no trace in the system. When he searched for her again, all interconnected information appeared before him. But who would care about a housekeeper from the mountains? He rubbed his face and opened up her personal income and expenditure categories. Her account was activated when she turned 15 12 years ago. In entry 50 yuan came in March, followed by 2,500 yuan at month's end. By early December, it had risen to 5,800 yuan transferred from Earth's local labor market. This suggested that this was the period when she left her village for urban domestic work. The salary progression from trial hire to full-time employment with a raise was typical in the industry. But by December of that year, her earnings had doubled compared to average wages, a feat indicating something extraordinary about her capabilities or circumstances. The following January, her payroll account was changed to an imperial government-affiliated labor dispatch company. Her contract also belonged to this well-known firm, which primarily served administrative institutions. The salary credited into Li Ga's personal account soared to 18,281.4 yuan. Her monthly salary was about twice as high. This wasn't something anyone could achieve with just hard work. She must have done something extraordinary to set herself apart from the rest of her family as housekeeping. The following year, in January, her bank account switched to a labor export company registered under the government's name in Imperial Star City. Her employment contract was also with this company. This company had been well known for providing services to administrative institutions. From then on, Li Ga's personal account received monthly salaries of 18,281.4 yuan. The amount remained around 18,000 yuan, varying by no more than 10 yuan each time, precise down to the cent and sometimes even the fraction. In April of the following year, her salary jumped to about 95,000 yuan, still precise down to the fraction. Given how meticulously detailed these payments were in cents and fractions, it was clear she had been serving a family of government officials during this period. And from her salary alone, one could tell that the household belonged to an upper South family who were quite satisfied with her work. Up until now, Chen Zi hadn't found anything significant. But then, in March 36 years later, old lady's account suddenly showed no income at all. She had become unemployed overnight. The contract for termination of employment was dated the end of February and appeared to be a standard template that didn't reveal much about what happened. According to imperial labor laws, if any company or individual terminated an employee without giving 3 months' notice, they were required to provide compensation unless it was initiated by the worker herself. From her account details, it seemed she had been the one who requested termination. For several years afterward, there were only expenses recorded in her account. The addresses of these transactions still indicated that she remained in Imperial Star City. 3 years after becoming unemployed, around May 39th year, she returned to Earth. At this point, she brought back Li Jiubiu's mother. Little Li was already 7 years old. This meant that before her unemployment, little Li had been born. However, there were no records of maternity leave or hospital expenses for childbirth in her salary record. No purchases of milk formula or children's clothing were recorded either, nor any payments to kindergartens. Only one conclusion could be drawn from this: she was not the biological mother of little Li. So, who exactly is little Li? Chen Zi finished a cigarette and exhaled deeply before typing Li Juhui into the search bar. He felt momentarily stunned. From her salary records, she had never taken maternity leave and there were no hospital expenses for childbirth. There was also no record of buying formula or children's clothes, nor any payment to a kindergarten. This could only mean one thing: she was Li Ma's biological mother. So who exactly is Li Ma? After finishing his cigarette, Chen Zi exhaled the stale air from his lungs and typed Li Juhui into the search bar. Moment of shock. Though there was no adoption certificate, records at an orphanage listed a young girl named Juhui. According to subsequent police reports, on February 2nd, 1939 around 8:50 p.m., Li Gu encountered 5 Wei being bullied in the street. A fight broke out with 3 young men, and all were taken by the police for questioning. The elderly woman then brought Juhui home to her own house. After completing all necessary procedures that May, she returned Li Ma back to Earth. Further investigation was nearly impossible. Imperial Star slums had a complex population with many undocumented residents. Of finding Lim as parents would be next to impossible. Yet somehow the results of their search were linked to her information. DNA tests showed her parents were residents in Imperial City's lower district, both dying from an overdose of drugs. Next came hospital records showing she became pregnant and gave birth to Lee Duobo. Clear as day with no doubts. The investigation ended there. Not only was the elderly woman thoroughly investigated, but so too were Li Ma and Li Bi. But clearly all investigations stopped at her death. After Li Ga's passing, inquiries into the Li family ceased, settling everything like dust on a calm evening. No further details emerged. It seemed whoever verified these records believed this family had no suspicious elements and abandoned any subsequent tracking. Chen Zai didn't find what he was looking for. Chen Zai hadn't gotten his desired results. The evidence was irrefutable. Everything confirmed that Li Duobao and Lu Minya were unrelated in every way. But both the investigator and his own conclusion must be wrong. Chen's closed his personal terminal, lost in thought. Why exactly was it wrong? What subconscious reason made him deny it? He never believed intuition would appear without cause. There had to be something. Like a mountain. Everything confirmed that Li Duobao and Lu Minya had no connection whatsoever. But both the investigator and his own conclusion were definitely wrong. Chen Zai closed his personal terminal, staring blankly into space. He couldn't accept this result. What subconscious reason led him to deny it? He never believed in intuition appearing out of nowhere. There must have been something he saw but didn't notice that triggered this signal. No matter how many times he looked at the evidence, there was no progress. Chen Zai sat in his parked car and slammed his hand on the steering wheel with frustration. The answer had to be somewhere, yet he couldn't find it. This sense of defeat was driving him mad. He opened the door and stood under a tree by the roadside, staring blankly at the bustling crowd. After some time, an idea struck him suddenly. He immediately turned his personal terminal back on. This time, however, instead of searching for Li's family, he entered the news information system. There were two periods to check out. One from November 12th to early December 12th, focusing on Earth. The other in March 36th, covering the Imperial Star. Earth during late November and early December had not seen many significant events. In this region, it was even fewer. Just a few meetings were held, administrative measures were discussed. New mining discoveries were made nothing but lies. For an entire month, there was only one criminal case and 3 civil cases. None of the other cases stood out except for one titled Teenage Girl Dies after falling from building during emotional dispute with classmate on December 1st at midnight. The victim's surname was Song. Her full name was not given. Chen Zai clicked open the news article. The interview with the mother, though blurred by pixelation, easily revealed a familiar background in the reporter's footage. If he hadn't been mistaken, that place he had just visited. A massive oil painting made it unmistakable this was Song Xinyi's home. Chen Zai felt a jolt of surprise. Was this how his daughter died? He never knew about such an incident before. He only knew that Song Xinyi's hometown was Earth. As part of the local research institute, he wasn't particularly notable until January 13th, when he suddenly received heavy promotion just 1 month. Then, in March 20th, he had been there before. The massive oil painting was unmistakable. It depicted the home of Song Xinyi. Chen Zai sharp skipped a beat. Was this how Song Xinyi's daughter died? He never knew about it. All he knew was that Song Xinyi came from Earth and, as part of a local research institute, wasn't particularly notable until January 2013. That was just 1 month after his daughter's death when he suddenly received significant promotion and moved to the Imperial Star. Then, in March 2020, the 13th Bureau under Song Xinyi's leadership was established, with him as its director. At first glance, this seemed unrelated to Li Gu. But on December 1st of that year, shortly after his daughter's death, Li Gu received a doubled salary. In January 2013, when Song Xinyi got promoted and moved to the Imperial Star headquarters, his family relocated there as well. Meanwhile, Li Gu left Earth for the Imperial Star with an increased wage of 18,000 credits. In 2020, after another promotion, Song Xinyi Yi became head of the 13th Bureau, while Li Ga's salary rose to 90 credits. And then, in March 36, something happened on Empyrean that required no searching. In February of that year, 4 deaths occurred at Starfall. By March, the 13th Bureau was disbanded and Song Xinyi faced an investigation. His wife committed suicide, while Li Gu, nearing 40 years old. Afterward, 10 years after returning to Earth, investigations into Song Xinyi concluded with him committing suicide on the day he returned from Empyrean. It seemed they never met face. Current source to minus face. From a surface perspective, these two strangers had no connection at all. But could it really be that simple? Could such coincidences exist? If someone thoroughly investigated Li's family and was interested not in his household but rather his employer, then everything made sense. Everything was connected. Mary Song Xinyi's subordinate died on the same day as Li Gu, who had been his housekeeper. It was the coincidence. What clues did that investigator seek? Did he want to find out what those tortures inflicted by Lu Mingyar revealed? Chen Zai felt more excited than ever before. Like a wolf scenting blood in the air, he smelled secrets brewing. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He saw a text message from a friend. My daughter's first birthday is coming up. I'd like to invite you for some drinks. He paused, then replied with one word, what? But the other person simply repeated their invitation. Chen Zai had never felt this excited before. Like a wolf that had caught the scent of blood, he sensed something mysterious. At this moment, his phone in his pocket started to vibrate suddenly. He opened it and saw a text message from a friend. My daughter is having her first birthday. I'd like you to come for some drinks. He paused momentarily before replying with a question mark, what? But the other person just repeated the same sentence. Li Duobao had run until she was nearly out of breath and stopped. No one followed behind, but the street looked unfamiliar. She wondered how Lu Mingyao was doing. There hadn't been any sound from her headphones since the robbery incident earlier. She found a decent bowl by chance and ordered some noodles, finishing them hastily with loud gulps. After composing herself, her phone buzzed again. A group message from the school office. All students are asked to report at the school before 8:30. Tomorrow was the day for results announcement. They had been notified that they would have an assembly in the morning at 7 o'clock and then find out their grades. Why did something important need to happen today? Chapter 10, Money and Power. When Li Duobao already there, some classmates who had seen what happened earlier gave her awkward looks or asked if she was okay. Every family has its troubles. They also inquired about Zhou Lili. Why did she leave so suddenly? Did you find out anything? Li Duobao was used to such sudden concern and mumbled a few responses before quickly entering the large hall marked as the gathering place. At the entrance, teachers were taking attendance. Is Lizzie here? Zai Huchou Yu? Where is Zai Huchou Yu? Kitian. Over 10 students from 6 graduating classes had gathered outside. While Li Duobao waited in line to sign in, she sent several messages to Zhu Lili but received no replies. Her phone showed them as unread for a long time. She wondered if something happened since they hadn't heard from each other these days. Searching the news, everything seemed calm everywhere. If there was anything happening with the CHS, Kitian, over a dozen students from 6 graduating classes were present, bustling and crowded outside. While Li Duobao was lining up to register, she sent several messages to Zhu Lili, but after quite some time, they remained unread with no reply forthcoming. She wondered if something had happened. For days now there had been no news at all. Yet when she checked the headlines, everything seemed calm and peaceful. Standing behind Li Duobao was Wang Xiaolu from their study group. She leaned over her shoulder and whispered, tomorrow is the day for results. Like all people today. Li Duobao sighed heavily. If only I were you. No need to worry about passing the cut-off line. Li Duobao replied. The closer it got to announcement time, the more uneasy she felt. She estimated her score should be fine, but what if? Being a student is tough. Wang Xiaolu sighed and tilted her head as she played with her phone. She scrolled through something and muttered, what's this? After watching for a moment, she exclaimed Li Duobao. Li Duobao turned to look at the video playing on Wang Xiaolu's phone. A glowing figure in white sleeves was flying mid-mid air above towering skyscrapers. With arms spread wide, it seemed as if he were riding on the sky. Then many beams of light converged along his traces. forming a rotating golden ring that shimmered and turned continuously. When he finished, one palm struck at the ring, causing it to shatter into pieces. The entire evening dark and momentarily before lighting up brilliantly, making the video frame shake as people in the background shouted, "What's going on?" The clip ended shortly after. "What character is this?" Wang Xiaolu asked. Li Duobao took the phone and stared at the paused screen for a long time but couldn't recognize it. The upload time was just moments ago. In the short while Li Duobao and Wang Xiaolu had been watching, views were skyrocketing by the minute, already reaching 150,000. Comments flooded in rapidly as well, analyzing how this feat could have been achieved. Some suggested a crane might be lifting him up, others proposed it was an inner domain flight device or special effects from some documentary horror film. Within just a short while, the video's views skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. In no time, it had reached 15,000. The comments section was ablaze with activity as everyone tried to figure out how this footage was captured. Some speculated that it might have been filmed using a crane hoisted in the air, but others quickly pointed out that the person stood too high for such machinery to be feasible. Another theory suggested an internal flight vehicle or perhaps some special effects. People were throwing around all sorts of guesses. Others began analyzing clues from the footage itself and speculating about where this could have taken place. But no one had a definitive answer yet. And why was that person glowing? It seemed rather strange. Li Duobao asked Wang Xiaolu to send him the link so he could take a look himself. The city below appeared to be a sprawling metropolis, with towering skyscrapers reaching towards the heavens like chasms from above. Between these buildings were wedge-like connections, walkways linking one building to another. Red and green lights dotted the walls at regular intervals, indicating sky routes for small internal flight vehicles. As an earthling living on this old planet, Li Duobao had only seen such cities in textbooks or news reports. But he was certain that this footage was shot on Earth because there were two suns visible in the sky. If one looked closely, these buildings appeared to be abandoned for a long time. Though they stood tall like stone forests from afar, their exteriors were weathered and covered in bird droppings and animal marks. Many of the skyscrapers had been cut off halfway through, leaving only half-mile standing structures. While some shop signs still flickered with light, most appeared to be broken or incomplete, likely powered by wind or solar energy. In this desolate atmosphere, these scattered lights gave an eerie glow, suggesting that this was indeed a deserted city on Earth. After the technological boom faded away, many such cities fell into ruin. Wang Xiaolu nudged her check out the comments there, saying it's due. Li Duobao scrolled down to see that the comment section had exploded with activity. The original poster claimed their friend often ventured into due for adventure and might have filmed this footage themselves. They also mentioned that immersive full-sensory live streams were quite popular outside of Earth, earning his friend a good income. Of amateur detectives was now dissecting every detail in the comments section. Abandoned cities on Earth. After the tide of technology had receded, many such cities lay in ruins. Wang Xiaolu nudged her check the comments. They say it's Diosimo. Li Duobao scrolled down to see that indeed a bustling discussion had erupted in the comment section. The original poster claimed their friend often ventured into Diosimo for thrill show-seeking adventures and likely filmed there. They also mentioned that full-sensory immersive live broadcasts were popular beyond Earth, earning their friend quite a bit of money. Of amateur detectives bombarded them with questions. I frequently browse Starnet to tell me about your friend's channel. You'll see if such a person exists. Dishu Adventures, crazy talk. That place is highly radioactive and has been off formats for millennia. The city of ghosts, no less. How could it be called Diu otherwise? How can one film in such high radiation levels? Just blabbering nonsense, you must be brain chew dead. Upstairs, show some confidence and drop the possibly. The original poster struggled there's anti-mass radiation spray. Why not shoot there then? Exasperated, they emphasized I only said possibly. Meh? The crowd dispersed. Wang Xiaolu remarked. Probably a composite video. How could people fly? Someone behind them urged them forward. It's your turn now, move up please. Though the registration seemed crowded. Once completed, This large group of students sat in the grand hall. Despite its opulence, it was vast enough for all. The teacher on stage shouted through a megaphone, "Why are you scattered here and there?" Reluctantly, the students shuffled forward like chickens being herded, step by step. Their class monitor called out from ahead, asking Li Duobao and Wang Xiaolu to join their group. As Li Duobao rose to change seats, she heard car horns outside. Glancing back, she saw several buses parked at the entrance of the hall. Once everyone settled in, the principal ascended the stage. "Today, we've called you here because your exam scores are out this morning. The 90-1 of you present today are our school's top students who have been accepted into colleges ranked above third tier. However, there is an unusual situation. This year a leak of test questions occurred in our region." The sound of car horns caught everyone's attention, and they turned to see several buses parked outside the auditorium. The students were seated. The principal took the stage. "Today I've called you here because the results from this morning's exam are in. Of the 91 people present today, each one has achieved a grade high enough for admission into a Class C university or higher. However, there is an unusual situation this year. There was a leak of test questions in our region. At the request of the authorities, all 91 students from our school will need to travel to Imperial Star City tomorrow morning at 8 alongside other school students." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below. "Another test? I've slept so much that I forgot everything. When I put down my pen, the knowledge started to fade away. My books are burned already, sir. My family doesn't even know. The notice didn't say anything about it. My brother is getting married tomorrow." The old principal paused for a long time until the complaints began to subside before he raised his hand and signaled them to quiet down. "It's just an overnight trip. Nothing too serious. We'll leave tonight by direct flight to Imperial Star City. It only takes a few hours. You can sleep on the way there. The exam starts at 6:30. He spoke with humor. "You wish you could stay longer. I'm telling you all to listen carefully. When you get there, don't wander around or cause trouble. Don't let our 13th middle school lose face. Is this a regional issue across the entire planet? Yes. Then even Jishi City as 8th high will have to go too." The old principal chuckled. "Yes. They are coming as well. Our school has been their arch-rival for years. Students, keep your spirits up. This time our top student is Li Duobao from Class 1. Li Duobao's heart skipped a beat when she was suddenly called out and quickly raised her hand. Everyone turned to look at her in that instant. Her mind went blank with the sound of a loud bang. She tried hard to stay calm. The old principal smiled warmly. "You need to keep your cool for the retest, little girl. The other top contender is Meng Chaoing. It's very strong. His total score was only 5 points less than yours today." Then he looked around and addressed everyone else. "Not just in grades but also discipline. We must outdo them this time. The world of competition is harsh." Boom! She tried to remain calm. The old principal smiled warmly. "Keep your retest score steady, little girl. That Shang Zhou-yang is quite the competitor. His total score was only 5 points lower than yours today." He pointed at her with a finger. "Don't let him win." He then turned to the others. "Not just in grades, we must also outdo them in discipline. The world of competition can be cruel. Everyone else is nameless." Everyone began whispering about their rankings. Just then, the principal pounded on his lectern. "Silence. Do we have confidence that we will defeat?" "No." Way few voices responded weakly. "Yes." "Didn't eat your breakfast. Try again." The students roared with mock enthusiasm, howling like wild beasts. "Defeat no. 8 high and make our school proud." The principal was pleased. After the brief pep rally, each homeroom teacher began barking orders to their unruly charges lying up by class outside. "Roll call after that. Get on the bus according to your schedule. Put away those phones blocking the way. Get them out once you're in the vehicle. Your parents have been informed of today's activities, so give them a quick call when you board." Did they arrange this suddenly because they feared wet cram for our exams? I think that's it. They're really sneaky. We've had it tough. I don't even remember what I studied in the past few years. As Li Duobao pushed through the crowd, she ran into her homeroom teacher. He patted her head. "Military Academy of first rank." With a sigh, he said, "Your only hope this year. Li Duobao, you must do your best. He pulled her aside and lowered his voice. I've checked with the administrative office. Your situation doesn't qualify for poverty assistance. But you can apply for an outstanding student grant. Don't worry too much about it. I've already spoken to the principal about this. Once your scores are in line, we'll process everything smoothly and negotiate additional benefits from military academy of first rank. Li Duobao's face flushed red. Sometimes she didn't like hearing others talk about her family situation. When filling out her application earlier, she had felt a sense of finally breaking free from Earth and all its burdens. But now it was clear that no matter what, her family would always be part of her life. She had already been told that as long as her scores met the threshold, the school would approve and negotiate with Military Academy 1 to offer additional benefits. We's face flushed red. She often found it uncomfortable when others mentioned her family situation. When filling out her college applications, she felt like she was finally breaking free from Earth and everything that came with it. But now she truly understood, no matter how far she went or how bright the place became, this shadow would always follow her. Alongside these feelings of liberation were complex emotions and responsibilities. All she could do was try to face them more calmly because everyone meant well. Thank you for your concern, she said gratefully. Her homeroom teacher patted her shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Work hard. He gestured for her to catch up with the group. As soon as Li Duobao rejoined the line, she called the boss lady and apologized before explaining her situation. The boss lady was busy yelling into the phone when she answered, "Is it time for repayment? What gives you guys the right to?" But regarding today's events, she simply said, "Nothing much. I see this all the time." She asked if Li Duobao had eaten and whether the school would provide accommodation, nor if they did have to pay out of pocket. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, the boss lady said with a cigarette in her mouth. If you don't do well, learning from me is still an option. It won't leave you without food. Well, Li Duobao replied, "Thank you, sister." Neither the homeroom teacher nor the boss lady were big figures. The boss lady ran a small business with her own challenges, yet chose not to blame Li Duobao. There was also the police officer, who protected her despite suffering from the family situation multiple times. Li Duobao didn't know how she could repay these people. In a corner of her heart, she wished deeply that she could be someone worthy of such kindness. But she hoped even more that one day she wouldn't have to rely on others' pity anymore. Though grateful, she hated being in situations where she was pitied too much. She wanted to change. After a few setbacks, she didn't truly choose to ignore them. Wait and wait. Li Duobao didn't know what she had to offer these people who were so kind to her. In the corner of her heart, she really wished that one day she would be worthy of all this kindness. But she also hoped with all her might that someday she wouldn't have to rely on others' pity anymore. Though grateful, she hated being pitied by others too much. She wanted to become rich and powerful. Isn't it rather materialistic? You're such a poor thinker, she muttered softly as she looked down at the hole in her shoe. But truly wished with all her heart that one day she would be both wealthy and strong. She didn't want to wear warm miles-out shoes anymore. She also didn't want others to see holes in her socks and look at her disdainfully. When people said she was only after money, she wanted to throw cash right into their smug faces. It wasn't easy for her to be as carefree as the other students who seemed untouched by worldly concerns. She genuinely yearned with all her heart to have a lot of wealth and power. Every time someone helped her, this desire grew stronger. After a while, Li Duobao put away her phone, took a deep breath, set aside these thoughts for now, and followed the group onto the bus. The students in the group were very excited. Many of them had never left Earth before. Once they settled into their seats on the bus, two girls up front started squawking like chickens. Meng Xiaoyang, maybe we'll be in the same exam room. You're just talking nonsense. The entire school district is retaking exams. There are so many people that it's unlikely you'll end up with him. Your words are as ominous as a crow's. Li Duobao noticed someone nearby on their phone. Yes. Did you get the school notice? Oh, if you got it, then why all me were already on the bus. I asked our teacher they'll provide us with disposable toiletries. No need to send them over, we've all boarded the bus now, we only stay overnight tonight. with Dear to change for tomorrow night went in back home anyway. No one called her. Did Mom receive the school notice? Lady Duobao opened her phone and saw a message from 912. I am that read. Are you trying to kill Mom? Are you happy if she dies? She closed her phone, turned around, and looked out the window. Though she had decided not to let such trivial matters affect her, everyone had already gotten on the bus. It was just one night. What difference did it make which clothes she wore? She'd be back tomorrow evening anyway. Fine. No calls came in. Had her mother received a notice from the school? Li Duobao opened her phone. The last message read, Are you trying to kill Mom? Are you happy when she dies? She closed the phone and turned to look out the window. Though she had decided not to let this bother her, it was hard to act as if nothing happened. Before her mind could drift back to today's events, she interrupted herself. Don't think about it. Think of nothing at all. The past cannot be changed. Thinking won't help. Just look forward. Always only forward. She traced circles on the glass with a focused hand. 1 to 3. Soon her mind was clear again. When the worried face of their homeroom teacher appeared in the largest circle, she stopped and looked out the window. Outside, teachers were gathered together on an open field, discussing something intently. Without students around, they all frowned deeply, occasionally letting a few sentences